Hello, happy Monday, and welcome to another video version of one of my Substack essays where I read that shit live on YouTube. I almost said Twitch. On YouTube with the YouTube chat participating to make the long ass things that I write a little bit more accessible to people, and also because the conversations that have been happening are so fun and I'm so happy to be doing this stuff. Hi, how's everybody doing? Um, there's a lot of shit in the world, but also a lot of shit about it that I'm very optimistic about. I'm just so inspired by the uprising in Minneapolis right now, and we're at war, but we have the numbers, you know, like and it's so transparent. So I'm actually in a lot of ways, I guess it's the anarchist in me. I'm actually feeling really good looking at what people are coming together and doing, and how well organized they are in it tactically, and how many lessons have been learned in the last several years, and just the the real piss and vinegar people have in them right now about it. But hope everybody's doing okay on this blustery day. It's very beautiful and snowy here in Chicago. Like, the snow is that kind of fresh, clumpy snow that has not turned into sooty gunk, exhaust covered, piss and shit covered gunk yet. So that's nice. But it is bitter cold. I also have a new tattoo that looks very shitty right now because it's covered in Derma Shield, which I've never had before. And so I'm supposed to keep it on for 3 to 5 days. We're on like day 3 or 4, and so there's a bit of a gunky film around the edge of the Derma Shield that you can see here. Um, but basically, what I was told from my tattoo artist was that it's going to hold in all the fluid and help protect it, and that the skin reabsorbs a lot of the fluid that initially kind of bleeds out, and that's actually positive for its healing. But so it's all black and gunky right now with ink and blood and schmutz, but it is a Dee Dee the deer, my fursona tattoo, as like a little stupid four-legged critter creature, um, from a local transmask tattoo artist named Snugglebug Inc. It's really cute, and probably by next stream it'll probably be looking really good. So that's one thing that's new in my world. So today for the stream, we're going to be talking about autistic character depictions in media. My most recent Substack piece is this mammoth, long-ass piece looking at some of the ways in which 3 fictional works tackle the challenge of autistic representation in media. Needle Lake by Justine Champine, which is a bit of a thriller, kind of a mass market thriller book, but really, really nice quality, really, really thoughtful, careful writing, and I quite enjoyed it, even though I don't read a lot of stuff in that genre. And that came out in December. And I had a chance to read it and endorse it over last summer. So some of my writing in this piece comes from when I was first reading the book. Then I'm also going to be looking at another book that got quite a bit of buzz for how it tackled and perhaps fumbled autism rep, Intermezzo by Sally Rooney, a writer I personally love, and I think she understands the neurodivergent experience in a lot of ways, but I don't think that she knows that she understands the autistic experience. And so when she's trying to write a capital A autistic capital C character, it's a lot more strained and uncomfortable than when she's just writing characters that have a little bit of her own psychology in them, which I think is pretty fucking neurodivergent, how she writes and thinks about things and describes things. Oh my God. But we'll get into that later. And then finally, the third fictional media, kind of the crown jewel of the 3. I think both of them do things well, and I really think Justine's book did a great job in autistic rep, if not other neurodivergent rep necessarily. But the one that I just think is chef's kiss is the game Who's Lila by the game developer Garage Heathen, and that is, we'll get into it when I start reading the essay, a game that really bakes into its mechanics the challenge of the game and how the game operates autism, and the character not being able to read people's emotions and emote himself, and it's done in a way that touches on psychotic experiences where you're losing touch with reality. We have multiple characters who seem very neurodivergent, very mentally ill, very crazy. How in all connotations of that word, right? And it never does the thing of making mental health stuff or mental disability the source of horror. There are aspects of being a disabled person in the world that the game rightly depicts as horrific, and yet it never falls on that trope of people with neurodivergences or mental illness being dangerous because of that. And so love it to death. Creepy, spoopy, smart, awesome. Good shit. So while y'all were on the hold screen, I asked you what are some characters that you had canon as neurodivergent? Because one of the big things we're going to be talking about today is a creator's choice whether to name a character explicitly as autistic or neurodivergent or to not. And I actually think a lot of media sometimes does it better when they don't do it too maliciously, where they're not really like hitting you on the head with this is an autistic character, because that doesn't always make sense for the time period they're writing in, the kind of dramatic irony of what that character might know about themselves, even if we as readers might be able to recognize and clock it. And also, I think, and I make the argument in the piece, that there is a lot more just dramatic tension and interesting character development to be mined when you have a character who doesn't arrive fully self-aware and accepting and able to describe why they do what the hell it is that they do. It's so much more interesting when there's friction there, and when a character doesn't know what the fuck is going on with themselves, and are misunderstood and they can't explain it to people. It results in a less comforting media experience, but I personally don't go to my media to be comforted generally, so that's also a personal taste thing. So I asked you, what are some characters that, even if they're not necessarily explicitly named as autistic or neurodivergent in the text, who do you get those vibes from? Trans Peaks, Annika, hello. You could probably say this about a lot of people in Twin Peaks, but she said Lucy from Twin Peaks. No notes. Absolutely makes sense. She's got that like adorable pixie masked autistic lady vibe about her. Her voice is very like masked autistic woman. She's just so like fanciful and cute. No doubt about it. I love that read. And also, like, all you need to know is anything about David Lynch to think he could understand the autistic way of viewing the world, let's say. For me, it was that story of him rescuing all those Woody Woodpecker dolls off the side of the road and really personifying them and feeling like they were alive, and that he saved them and that they were his boys, but then that they had certain personalities come out that were not such a good fit, so that he had to kick them out. Like, that level of empathizing with stuffed animals, baby, you're autistic. Synecdoche says, my biggest autistic headcanon is John/June Egbert from Homestuck. Again, I think that you could pick almost anyone in the Homestuck world and probably make a very convincing case for that one. But yes, certainly not the first time I've heard that one. I'm a bad Tumblr user. I never read Homestuck. My birthday is Homestuck Day. I am exactly the right kind of annoying to have liked Homestuck, but I am the wrong age of millennial. I'm just a little bit too old. I was in grad school at the time reading some other shit, and like I was on like kind of a pretentious literary vibe when I was reading fiction at that time. So instead of reading Homestuck fervently, I was reading fucking like David Foster Wallace and like on the David Foster Wallace listserv or whatever. So I really missed out there, though I do love Psycholonials by Hussey, his game, or their game. And it looks like they're going to be releasing something new soon because they've been really active on Instagram. So, rise Homestucks, it's coming. Laura Leaves says, been a while since I could catch one of your streams. Hello, welcome. Good to see ya. I don't think I have any character I headcanon as anything, but I don't follow much media nowadays. That's real. I really don't actually consume that much media. Like, it's really hard for me to sit down and lock in. Interview with the Vampire, I am thinking about all the time. Mad Men, I always am thinking about, and I really don't watch that much stuff other than like YouTube video essays about fucking like drag race bullshit. Bree, I paused my watching of Fellow Travelers to pop by. Oh, okay, now that's a good one. Um, Fellow Travelers is so good. Y'all, if you want some gay storytelling and you like historical nonfiction, if you like Mad Men, but you wish that you had seen more of Sal Romano and his whole gay story arc, if you like, I don't know, like if you wish that there were gay stories on television that were good, and serious and sad, and you wanted to learn a little bit more about, U.S. repression of communists, get on Fellow Travelers. It is about two gay men who are kind of interfacing with the government. One's a government employee, one kind of bops around through working in government offices and then joins the military and then becomes kind of an activist and kind of goes down a more radical queer path while the other kind of tries to toe the line of being closeted and respectable. And it follows them throughout different periods of time, basically from the 60s. So you get some nice retro Mad Men vibes and some really hot sex all the way through to the 90s and the AIDS crisis, and follows them and their relationship at multiple different stages in time. So you get great costumes, you get great gay sex, you get angst. Matt Bomer is so good in it. Justin, or not, what's his name? Jonathan Bailey, so fucking good. Um, get into it. We love it. Good shit. How's my connection speed, by the way? I'm on the wrong Wi-Fi connection for this fucking stream. So it looks like I'm dropping some frames. So I might need to switch to my correct Wi-Fi, but I really don't want to lose the connection link. So I really don't want to have to do that. It always fucking happens. So if you're seeing dropped frames or freezing, please let me know expeditiously so that I can fix it. Yeah, Jonathan Bailey is a little sub-slut nerd. It's really good. He looks like such a little bottom bitch, especially in the earlier like time periods, and then he joins the military, and then he becomes ex-military and very anti-imperialist, and he gets a little bit more toppy over time, and that's really fun too, even though, like, because I guess for a lot of people, Jonathan Bailey is like the Bridgerton hot guy, or now the Wicked hot guy. Like, he plays kind of straight, like very bisexual straight. So to see him as a little subby bottom gay bitch, and to have two gay actors just licking each other's armpits and shit in like mid-century drag is so delicious. Can't say enough about it. Hunter Fuchs says Elle from Death Note. Yeah. Everything about Elle from Death Note is very autistic, just very detached, very cold, analytical, unemotive, unempathic, or too emotive in creepy ways. I say all of this positively as someone who vibes with that kind of thing. So good. Alex Findex says, happy to catch this live as I just read Intermezzo earlier this month. Also just finished Earthlings, which was giving neurodivergent vibes somehow too. Saw a little bit of frame dropping just now when you mentioned. Damn, okay. Keep telling me if you see frame drops or freezing, tell me, because I want to get a gauge on how often it's happening, because I could switch to the Wi-Fi that I should fucking be on anyway, my actual Wi-Fi instead of the stupid Xfinity thing. I just might have to get a new stream link, which I really don't want to have to do, but I'd rather do it sooner than later, so just keep letting me know if you see frame drops so I can get a gauge of how bad it is. Nier as well. Nier from Death Note? I don't know Death Note that well, so I don't know if Nier. I'm assuming Nier is a character there too. Story Meryl says, not exactly a headcanon, but one of my fave autistic coded characters is Snork from Moomin Valley 2019. He finds solidarity with a trans femme, and he's really smart. Yes. Good shit. Synecdoche, I thought this was a really interesting comment. I project autism onto like every character I'm a big fan of, I think. The particular way human behaviors are exaggerated in fiction lends itself so well to an autistic reading a lot of the time, IMO. That, I think, is such a great point. That characters are overdrawn in order to be compelling in fiction and easy to follow and read. For everything from really over emoting if you were on stage because you need your facial expressions and body posture to read to the back row, and even things like somebody like a Joan Rivers type figure getting plastic surgery that was literally designed to read from very far away. Like how people style themselves is made to be very easily recognizable and readable. The same thing is true in a different way for televised media. Casting for scenes is really broken down based on whether it's really easy to tell at a glance, based on our like stereotypes, who is in charge in the scene. You can be cast for a role and be, you know, great at acting, and then find out that because you are taller than the person you're supposed to be a subordinate to in the scene, or you just are pulling too much focus because of something about the way that you look, you can be uncast from the role. There's a whole podcast about this, Dead Eyes, from this actor comedian who he was going to be on Band of Brothers as kind of a small part, and then Tom Hanks fired him because he had quote unquote dead eyes, which is a very autistic sounding experience unto itself. But he goes into interviewing the casting directors, his agent, eventually talks to Tom Hanks, a bunch of different directors, and it just came down to, as far as they could tell, he was fired because he didn't instantly recognizably fit into the role in that scene with the actor that he was acting against, and it was just because of how things looked. And so there's a lot of decisions that gets made in making any kind of visual media about how people look, what they're wearing, the colors in the set, and whether your character is wearing something that blends into the background on purpose to make you seem like you're just kind of part of the environment and not that important to pay attention to, or to make you really pop and stand out as the main character. So there's a lot of stuff in terms of like just physically how like media is set up to make it easy to read that I think also influences, or like in a similar way shapes how characters are written, where in most fictional media, because a lot of people are on that kind of hero's journey, Joseph Campbell kind of individualistic streak in media, that you get main characters that are very determined. They stand out from other people. They are weird and quirky. They are outcasts in some way. That is baked into the media because that makes for a more interesting journey to have one person, because our media is so individualistic and our storytelling usually is, that's the conceit, so individually driven. You need to have like a really strong, singularly themselves kind of character, and a lot of times that character will end up seeming very autistic because they're an outsider. They are obsessed with something, whether it's like learning how to do a martial art or computer coding or like counting cards or whatever. They often have some preternatural ability, and that can seem very autistic, and on and on and on. So that I often see autism in a lot of characters as well, synecdoche, and I'm dead set confident in that read. And also, um, it is kind of a conceit of the medium. Okay, I'm hearing a little bit more freezing. Okay, so maybe we'll try to get through the chats relatively quickly, and then we'll switch to a different stream link. And I'm gonna fucking forget this Xfinity Wi-Fi. I'm gonna tell my computer to forget it because it keeps fucking connecting to it by default instead of my main Wi-Fi, and it's so annoying. Closet Demon, hello. Synecdoche says, my juiciest neurodivergent headcanons are my ones around plurality, if that counts. Do not get me started on Dirk Strider. Oh, yes. I want to know. I want to know all about plurality headcanons. Richella, 7989, says, Tori Spring from the YA book Solitaire is heavily autistic coded. She appears as a minor character in the Netflix show Heartstopper. Okay, I read Heartstopper. Haven't seen the show. So I probably... is she the trans girl or the lesbian girl? I don't remember. But the novel about her is where it really comes through. Ulamui says looks like a mythical creature. Yes, it's my deer Sona, but it is it kind of looks a little bit unicorny or horsey here. It's on 4 legs and like with a little stupid eyeball. It's so cute. I can't wait to show it off. It is colored ink. JJ on Dion. Yes. One of my first color tattoos. My only other color tattoo is a link right here. And the tattoo artist also just really did a really great job at like making sure that the colors that he selected would read correctly on my skin tone, and had like a very good awareness of what would play well on my like very olive skin tone, and like that is so nice. um and such a mark of like talent in a tattooer. They've done lots of like very bright, vivid tattoos on dark-skinned Black people as well. And I have like, this is my deer Sona, so it has a lot of teal and brown and navy, and there's some purple spirals that he added because of my hypno tattoo. So very attentive tattoo artist, Snugglebug Inc. here in Chicago, in the Wicker Park neighborhood. Nick, he's amazing. He's super cool. If you're a furry, go to him for sure. Or if you want any kind of kinky tattoo, he's really awesome at all of that. And he adapted my persona based on the art to his style, and then he added some little colorful purple hypno spirals too, just purely on his own. So great instincts, really great to work with. And he also tattoos Labubus. Like if you have a Labubu and you want a tattoo on the Labubu, he is the guy. So amazing. Sasha, Drudgeworm, hello. I think Bilbo Baggins has a touch of the tism. I'm thinking about when he makes the little scary face at Frodo. That's autistic to me. He had a little meltdown moment. Neck tat hardcore. Yeah, I love a neck tat. I have quite a few now at this point. I've got my little Testim testosterone gel. I've got a prep pill. I got both of those from Snugglebug Inc. last year, and I got the hypno and I got the deer. A face. I wanted to get a face tattoo too, once I find something I'm in love with enough. But my next project is going to be a blast over from Snugglebug. And they do these critters. This is their critter style. It's like a 4-legged little stupid animal with like a little stupid eyeball. And I'm going to do a critter version of Loki and Dump Truck. Oh, DJ on Dion, you know Snugglebug. That's amazing. Yes. Yes, please get a piece from them. I've had wonderful experiences. Spen says the dermis skin works so well. Awesome. Haven't tried it before. My skin takes ink really well generally. I only just have one little part on here that's like a little bit of a bleed out that happened right away. You can't really see it, but I've never had issues. I really don't take good care of my tattoos. I just blow my load and hit the road. But and Nick said it took the ink really well here, but I'm excited to see how it looks just in a healed state in a couple of days when I pull this bullshit off. Lua K4W says Frodo always seemed more apparently autistic to me. A lot of things about hobbits are kind of autistic-y already, just because they are kind of little homebody creatures with their routines and their comforts and things. But then Frodo also being willing to kind of go against the grain and want something a little bit different is also cute. Senua from Hellblade, Annika says, yes, again, I've heard really good fucking psychosis representation. Really want to check that out and play it at some point. When are we playing Hellblade? I know you've already told me, but as long as it's not hard, then soon. Closet Demon says, me headcanoning all of my faves as psychotic because I love them, and we psychos deserve it. Yes. Yes, the psychos deserve it so much. I love crazy people, complimentary. That's all I want to see. I love plural characters that are actually done well, especially ones that don't know it. Again, there's just so much more tension and interest there. I like when the character suffers. Jess Cicerone says most characters in Parks and Rec. Yeah, definitely April comes to mind. But I can't even get started on that one because they did her so dirty that she went from being like I was just thinking about this the other day. April on Parks and Rec, the Aubrey Plaza character. Or wait, is that her name? Or am I getting my names confused? Let me double check that, because I'm not a huge fan. I actually hate that show for reasons I'm about to get into. So let me make sure. Yeah, April Ludgate. So Aubrey Plaza at the beginning of Parks and Rec goes from being a fucking polyamorous fujoshi with two boyfriends who make out with each other to by the end, and who does not care about work. So she's like an anti-work polyamorous fujoshi. And by the end, she's like ascending the ranks in her career. She's married to like the stupidest white man in the world, Chris Pratt, like the straightest, most generic man, and she's giving birth to his babies. What a fucking downgrade. And that is what fundamentally chills me about Parks and Rec. I'm sorry. I know you just said you probably like Parks and Rec. I'm sorry. I'm going to shit on it. But it is fundamentally such like liberal, pro work, careerism, white feminist shit that ends up hewing towards this, even though it's about like this spunky girl boss character. The arc of almost every character is towards marriage, having children, and having a kind of more traditional conservative life. And it pissed me off the fucking, like, just, I hate it. It chills me, it creeps me out. A lot of people find that show very comforting because it's like in the vein of like a West Wing, but in a more cutesy, lighthearted way. Like liberal determination wins the day, and it just feels like propaganda to me towards like participating in the democratic process in a very like reformist way and reforming yourself within the existing system and having kids and getting married in a very conventional way. And I just hate it. So I'm a Parks and Rec hater, but I also just don't like. I'm just a bad time to be around. I don't like most most comedies. Like it's just hard for a comedy to win me over. So I'm a hater. But I've seen all of it. So I have the dedicated hater instinct of someone that you have to. There's an intimacy to how much I hate Parks and Rec. So at least there's that. DJ Ondion says Kim Kitsuragi. No notes. He's very autistic about cars. He's very by the book in terms of following police procedure in Disco Elysium. He even like his approach to, I think, like his complicated position in identity politics and his like biracial identity, he just doesn't want to think about it. And that feels to me like a very like autistic man in that world way of coping with it is just like, I'm just going to focus on being a good cop and doing these kinds of masculine things that I do like, even though I'm gay and I'm biracial in this very racist, homophobic world. Well, lightly homophobic world, because there's a lot of gay bitches in that game. But yes, everything about that little binoclard nerd, Kim Kitsuragi, our beloved. J.D. Evans says most characters, but especially Anya from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yes, very good. No notes. Anya has that kind of alien morality, alien empathy of like, I don't understand why people are doing what they're doing. And she has like a little bit of that kind of pixie fun rule breaker energy that is very, very recognizable to me. MLM Margoose says many such cases in anime, but Marcel in Dungeon Meshi and Asuka in Neon Genesis Evangelion really give overachiever with autistic burnout around the corner. I'm really hyped to hear you say that about Asuka. Like that is so fucking like, because people always say Rei from Neon Genesis Evangelion feels very autistic because she's got that creepy stare and very unemotive, and I love her, but I've always loved that spunky little redheaded bitch who is like trying to be the best, and the whole like monologue with her parents about being like a perfect little doll, that's masking, that's overcompensating. Everybody in Neon Genesis Evangelion is autistic as shit, and I love that read. And I've also heard that everybody in Dunmeshi is autistic, that it's just a bunch of people who are autistic about trying new flavors and meeting monsters and stuff, like, and killing monsters and stuff. And I've heard great things about it. I definitely like the little guy with the ears. He's really cute. And I've seen a lot of art depicting the various ladies in Dunmeshi touching beeves. And that seems great. I just have not watched it. Probably because it's too comforting. Because I've heard people say it's kind of like simple and comforting, and I'm like, no, I need somebody to have HIV and to be wanting to kill themselves about it or something in my media to have a good time, because I love having a bad time. Bree says Kim Kitsuragi is my husband. He just doesn't know it. He's a cop, but he's our cop. We love him. But I love that he sucks. Like, he sucks in a lot of ways. Like, politically, I'm more on board with Harry. But Kim is so lovable that you kind of forget that he's a by the book cop. Story Merrill says the autistic reader spectrum goes from Homestuck to Infinite Jest, and you're exactly right. David Foster Wallace was autistic as shit. But I think certainly in a lot of the ways that he talked about things and overanalyzed things, and just had this very analytical frame. He was also a dick and a abusive person to the poet Mary Carr, and as well as just being kind of slimy with students and groupies at book signings and things like that. So he was a fucker, but he was autistic, and he knew he was a fucker. That's the thing that's interesting about the book, Brief Interviews with Hideous Men, that he's just breaking down all these different ways in which men can be horrible, and it's all shit that he did. Like, he was physically abusive to Mary Carr, and she has a whole book about it too. But I like his shit. I've read all of his shit. I've read every interview with him. I've listened to every recorded interview with him. Like, I had a very intense David Foster Wallace special interest in graduate school. Birdie Bits, obsessed with this phrasing. Does he, do you think that he understands the autistic way of viewing the world? Yes, yeah, about David Lynch. He understands the autistic way of viewing the world. I think Annika Trans Peaks would say he understands the trans femme way of seeing the world. But, I try to tread a little bit more lightly in putting something on someone who's a real person, for even though I will sometimes be a loose cannon on it. But he definitely understood the autistic way of seeing the world, and there were a lot of different autistic people seeing the world and interfacing with the world in Twin Peaks and all his shit. Anya's little monologue in the body is Buffy the Vampire Slayer is such an insanely and unintentionally perfect description of being an autistic person dealing with grief. I love her. I'm gonna have to revisit that. Feel free to post a link to that clip in the Piscord, because I'd like to revisit that. Fitzwilliam Darcy says May Valence. Hello, May Valence. Oh my god. I think that does track, right? Pride and Prejudice. That his pridefulness, that he comes across as cold and dismissive of what's her name, of his love interest, but it makes sense for his position, and he doesn't realize that he's coming across that way to people. Like, a lot of what Darcy does in Pride and Prejudice is a little bit like just not realizing that he's being a dick, and I can see that headcanon for sure. Bree says, it's everything Heated Rivalry was sold to me as and wasn't. Talking about fellow travelers. Yes, I didn't get on the Heated Rivalry train. And for me, like, there's a certain degree of hype about something, even queer, that, like, if I see it reach a certain fever pitch, I know I'm not going to like it because it's too broad. Like, there's too many people talking about it, and they are too feral for it, so I know I'm going to find it annoying. Not only because of the hype, but just, like, if it reaches a certain degree of exposure, that means I know it's for a lot of people, which means it's probably not going to be for me. So I imagine that Heated Rivalry was just a little dumb. Like Bridgerton, I'm sorry. Like, if it's fun for you, if you like it, I love it, but not for me, notably not for me. Especially if it's too fun. And I think I've heard from some people that Heated Rivalry doesn't really feel realistic. It was very frothy, fun, gay Fujoshi books, and I'm very glad that exists. I don't think there's anything wrong with women writing that kind of stuff. God forbid women Fujo out. I'm somebody who fujoed so hard I became a man for a little bit there, and fujoed out. I auto fujo philia'd, so I am never gonna hate the game. I just don't like when it's written too fluffy. I like it more when they're hating each other, and hating themselves, and bad things happen. And Fellow Travelers really has that agony. It has some very poignant, beautiful moments. It's not all bummers or trauma porn or anything, but it is about two people who have completely different approaches to dealing with the problem of being queer and driven in a world that wants you to hide it, and they make decisions that hurt each other for decades, and then they talk about it, and so that's really moving to me. And I know Heated Rivalry also goes through time periods, but I also love a little retro flavor. So Fellow Travelers, if you want a Heated Rivalry in the 60s through the 90s, and a little the Thinking Man's heated rivalry, the Thinking Fujo's heated rivalry, meets Mad Men, if you will, get into Fellow Travelers. Hello, Waluigi and Bowser Jr. Welcome. Theas Vasconcelos says, just joined, and damn, I arrived at a good time. A good fucking show. Not Heated Rivalry, Fellow Travelers. Yes, loved it. By the way, that haircut is doing wonders for you, Devin. Thank you. This is untrammeled, untouched hair from a buzz cut. It just grew out like this. Nothing, like I've barely shampooed it in that time. I've been a no poo girly for a long time, and I just sleep it in like a bandana to kind of get it a little bit behind the ears, and it's just doing this shit. So I'm so happy with it. I'm like the least dysphoric I've ever been. I think I fucking slay, and I'm glad other people think so too. And my hair is darker than it was pre-testosterone. It's like dark and shiny and healthy, which it did not look like when I was younger, and bleaching it, and like also it was lighter, and I was shampooing the shit out of it, and now it has like a little bit of a curl. Like, let's hear it for testosterone hair changes that have endured since stopping tea. And like, yeah, I'm just living my little androgynous wolf cut fantasy, but without cutting it. Like, yeah. So thank you. Yes. Um, let's hear it for Euphoria. It only started freezing once you mentioned it. Great. Yeah. So lots of freezing. I'll change the connection speed to a different one after I'm done getting through the chat. We're going at a good clip today because the piece I'm going to be reading is like 7,000 words, so it's going to be a long stream. So that's fun, but I'm going to have to switch internet connections in a second here. Waluigi Bowser says, I'm fed up and tired of headcanon and metaphors. I desperately want canonically written autistic characters where the character explicitly or is implied that they're autistic. This is something that is such a... I wonder if it tends to be a generational difference, because in a way where it's like people who are younger are holding their media to higher standards, and haven't had as much of a legacy of getting attached to coded rather than explicitly named characters. Because my feeling is almost completely the opposite. Every time I see a character, not every time, but most of the time when I see a character that the media is like looking at you and being like, this is an autistic character, just so you know, I hate it, because it feels like a lesson. It feels like a very special episode. A lot of times it is kind of the intermezzo effect, where it's just too on the nose how autistic they are, or they're not allowed to be super flawed and conflicted about aspects of their neurotype and how it plays out, because there's suddenly this burden of like responsible representation hanging over them. And so I also, like I said, I just tend to like media that's like dark and fucked up and where everybody's suffering. But I come from that era, right, where all you really had was coded characters. And so I mostly connected with villains, robots, aliens, people who didn't understand people, inhuman creatures, people who they didn't have empathy, and that meant that they hurt people, and like that kind of thing. And the same way that I attached to queer coded villains. And now you don't have to settle for that. You know, like there is a landscape of heated rivalries and lots of other works of media where there are queer characters and there's neurodivergent characters and it's explicit. And so you you can want it to be this like very human, caring portrayal that kind of corrects for a lot of that negativity that's been there. And I think it is a sign of the progress that we've made that a lot of people, I think, especially people who are younger than me, are more likely to want it to be explicit representation and to be positive representation. But I just have those marks all over me of my experiences where I like the character who, and this is more similar to the journey that I walked, doesn't know what's going on with them and is dealing with it in all kinds of fucked up ways. Uh, that's just more compelling. I have trouble accepting the comfort in the comfort character, you know. Waluigi Bowser says hot sauce is a character from Chicken Nugget that I had canon to be autistic, although the creator of the show has said in a few streams before that Kofi is autistic, another character in Chicken Nugget. Could be multiple. They just don't know it. Dead Eyes mention it fucking rules. Listen, you got me, Male Valence. If you like a narrative but nonfiction podcast, if you like, you know, just comedians, storytellers, acting industry stuff, Dead Eyes is so good. It's also just a very, I don't know necessarily that the host of Dead Eyes is autistic. In fact, I think maybe he's not. I think a lot of his approach is pretty unautistic seeming. He might have seemed Dead Eyes, but it seems like he can kind of emotionally connect to people really well. But maybe he's autistic, who knows? But his experience of being told that his eyes are lifeless and expressionless and trying to understand what that means and why he's having such a hard time navigating the acting world and then leaving it and then coming back to it later in life is really compelling, I think, for any autistic person who's been told that we are flat, are hard to read, or are giving people nothing, hard to connect to. Melvalen says it's a limited series podcast with 2 seasons, relatively quick to get through if you listen to a lot of podcasts. Yes, it's done. His goal, mild spoiler, was to eventually re-meet Tom Hanks and talk to Tom Hanks about why Tom Hanks fired him in like 2001 on the set of Band of Brothers, right before filming. And he works his way through a bunch of different people who worked on the show to eventually get to that point and have that conversation. And that's kind of the end of the show. So it's a project with a payoff. It gets there. So you can lock into it. It is done. So you're not going to be listening to it forever. It's not going to fall off. It is great storytelling. Really interesting interviews about just like the media industry, like the TV industry, and being an actor and stuff. So that's also really interesting for people who do that. Sasha, you might like it, for instance, since I know you do acting. And it has good music too. Laurie Mann, is that her name? Really, it has really nice music too. So it's a great time. If you've ever been rejected for anything related to acting or art, required listening. Yeah, it puts things in perspective. Tori Spring is the older sister of the main character of Heartstopper, Charlie Spring. Thank you. Thank you both of y'all for saying that. Waluigi Bowser says you should check out the web series Neurodiverse Friends. It's really great. There's mental illness representation that has cluster B, psychosis, mood disorders in it, and it's great. Cool. Awesome. Love seeing that. And that's one of the big considerations we'll get to in today's conversation is, does the work not only have one little capital A autistic character, which a lot of media kind of self-consciously does now, but is it really thinking about this character existing in a world where there's tons of other neurodivergent people interacting with them, and probably most of that person's friends are. So let's go. You know, let's see that. Sasha says, Devin, you got to play Hellblade. It's not super hard, and there is an easy mode, not crazy long either. Okay, I know y'all have told me that multiple times. I I have a friend, Imogen, and who wants to play the Coffin of Andy and Lele with me on stream. So that's a conversation happening. Hellblade is also a conversation. Um, I don't want to get myself locked into something that's hours and hours and then I don't like the writing. But so far I've had such a good track record on stuff I've played, and I do want to play stuff on stream again soon. So, how many hours are we talking for Hellblade? But yeah, I'd that one's close to the top of the list. I guess because it's like a 3D game, I think it's going to be hard to play, like combat and stuff. But y'all keep telling me it's not, so I need to get over my fear. Neil Valens says, I feel like Brandon Sanderson is generally good at neurodivergent representation, but it's been a while since I've read his works. I have not. I don't know who that is, actually. Oh, I watched it years ago, Parks and Rec, Justine Champine says, but also hate how dirty they did April. I have a whole rant that's anti-Parks and Rec in my book Laziness Does Not Exist, because I was so pissed off watching it during the pandemic, or like my partner at the time was watching it, and I was like, this is liberal propaganda slop. So I had to put that in there. Oh, hello, Maddie. April got the Molly Ringwald and Breakfast Club treatment, it sounds like. Oh, not Molly. It's the other character, the other girl, because she's the popular girl in Breakfast Club. So it's the other girl, the Ali Sheedy character, who's like kind of the goth, gloomy girl, and then she gets on a pretty headband and makeup, and then she dates the football player. Yeah, very much the Ali Sheedy character in Breakfast Club treatment. Save our goth girls from straightness. It should be illegal for you to be goth and not bisexual, at least. Probably trans, too. Come on. And this is not to gatekeep gothness, it's to make people queer. Does anyone remember which character in Our Flags Mean Death seems autistic? Can't remember which one I had canned. It's been so long. That show fell off. I feel like I never watched it, but for a while on Tumblr, people were like, it's so gay, it's so quirked up, we love it. And then everybody decided they hated Taika Waititi because he's a Zionist, and it was like, I think that's the main issue. He's just kind of a lib Zionist. And so people turned on him a little bit. He kind of got Lin-Manuel Miranda'd a little bit, where he went from very beloved for making quirked up comedic media that does not necessarily age super well because it's such a particular time period sensibility of humor, and then because it's just kind of a liberal with like kind of like queer or like playing with identity sprinkled in the work, it doesn't age very well as representation of like what people like it for. And so then they kind of turn on the person, and because they're embarrassed that they liked that media, now all of a sudden they hate the person a ton. As a former Hamilton fan, I think that's the psychology there. Bree says that, okay, bye. I don't know what that was in reference to. Yeah, hi, Maddie. Hello, glad you're here. Synecdoche says about Parks and Rec, I wish I hated that show because I'm like so deeply ideologically opposed to it. But instead, I'm a huge fan and have watched it 15 times. That's fine. You know, like part of my point in a lot of this stuff is that, like, I don't think we need our media to be ideologically perfect. I don't think that's the role of art. I think it makes for pretty bad art when it aspires to be. That's why I don't really like positive autism representation. It just doesn't feel like the world that I live in or any of the considerations of that world. I think I like when art has something true emotionally to say about the creator's experience of living in the world. And if somebody is making art that feels like it's a morality lesson, or a lesson of any kind, then that feels like it is spoon feeding something to the viewer that is not very emotionally true, that it's trying to elicit a particular effect in the viewer rather than share something with the viewer. Does that distinction make sense? And I think that's what puts me off from a lot of media that feels, sometimes I'll call it too fan fiction-y of a voice, or too much of like a didactic lesson of like, well, you might think autistic people are like this, but hey, look, I'm showing you they're actually like that. That doesn't really feel like that is the writer showing me anything that they really feel or have experienced. It feels like it's trying to teach the viewer something, and that's just not as exciting to me. There is some stuff that is fan service that is, I think, very pure, like something that's just the creator's pure id and fetishes, you know, like just reveling in the joy of like, isn't this so hot? Isn't this so stupid? Don't we love this gore? That kind of thing that is very beautiful and I can kind of get into. And that can be very like quote unquote stupid media, very like shallow, superficial, but like just reveling in something hot or fun. And I can get into that. But if it feels like a lesson or that it is trying to ideologically comfort me by being ideologically correct, I don't like that. I don't feel like I'm really connecting with the creator in some way. I'd much rather have a creator who doesn't even know that they're telling on themselves in their art, including if I don't agree with them, right? Like, I think Parks and Rec is very telling about the ideology of liberalism and how fundamentally conservative liberalism actually is by making choices like getting April Ludgate in this dead end, boring straight marriage, making everything about like fucking Leslie Knope getting married and so on and so forth. They're telling on themselves there about what they ideologically value and how fundamentally conservative and traditionalist they actually are. But they don't know that they're doing that. And so that actually does make Parks and Rec interesting. It just happens to be interesting in a way where I hate it. Like, it's eliciting a strong reaction in me, and that reaction is hate, and that is better than if it were ideologically correct. Does that make sense? That's how I engage with art. You don't have to be the same way, but like that's just how I think about it. And why on Letterboxd I give things either a 1 star or a 5 star, and sometimes a 1 star is a compliment. Like, if I had a bad time watching your movie and that movie is Beau is Afraid, I had an artistic experience, right? Like, I engaged with art. I just hated it, and I think I was kind of supposed to. You know what I mean? Closet Demon says, I mean, not that it needs to be said, but Harry Dubois is psycho plural. Yes, the plurality depiction in Disco Elysium is so good. It is built into the game mechanic. It is incredible writing. It has like this wonderful back and forth conversation between his different selves, and it shows how fractured and yet unified self can be. Like, it's just a beautiful meditation on all kinds of things: trauma, alcoholism, autism, escapism, grappling with living in what feels like a broken world. It's the best. Disco Elysium is just the best shit. I can't even keep going. It's so good. Jay Devon says about April in Parks and Rec, I felt that way about Tawny Newsome in Lower Decks. They're always doing this to our girls. Always marrying them off. Sasha says Anthe from Revolutionary Girl Utena is also very autistic coded, but so many people in that show could easily be ND. Anthe, Himemia, character of all time. I love her to death. Like, I love her like cold, frozen face. She's so traumatized. She's so masked. She has like such a weird, like psychoerotic way of coping with all of the like abuse that she's endured and playing into it and manipulating people in these subtle ways. She's a Hannibal Lecterian level master manipulator, but also she has that plus like the Armand Interview with the Vampire degree of like complete detachment from self and others and like unemotionality, even though like she's seething with rage all the time. She also thinks that she's just this like empty husk. It is so good. Like, queen of dissociation, queen of evil autism, passive aggressive. Like, oh my god, Anthe and Armand, and then and they both have very similar like journeys of like racialization, right, in like predominantly white European surroundings, it seems. Oh my god, I love them. I love them. I love that type because you have so much sympathy for them, but they also are so fucked up and evil and are cruel to people while being completely dissociated and traumatized and autistic. And that's what I like to see. MLM Argus says, I headcanon Rey and Asuka's relationship in Neon Genesis Evangelion as Asuka envying Rey being unmasked. Yes, I love that too. And again, to preempt the piece, one of the things that's most interesting, I find, in autistic depictions in media is when you have multiple different characters with really different experiences of autism butting heads with each other because one is masked and one isn't masked, or one has certain standards for how you're supposed to move through the world, and the other is not following those standards. Sasha says, I love when characters suck and the author doesn't get all didactic about it like they're scared they're going to get yelled at on Twitter. Yes, exactly. I really hate fiction that feels like the writer is trying to win an argument on Twitter, which is a lot of writing these days. A lot of the comedies, like Parks and Rec, make a lot of characters neurodivergent coded for the quirks and the awkwardness so we can laugh at them, but there's never any depth, says Jess Cicerone. Yes. And I think that can be fine, but when that's like the only approach to like getting a character quirked up, it does wear thin. It does wear thin for me. Like I can like a lot of those characters. You know, Danny Pudi's character on Community maybe started that way, but then Dan Harmon put real care into making him more thoughtfully autistic, and so it was great. Mel Valen says, I like when authors are autistic and they don't explicitly set out to make an autistic character, they just make someone realistic and relatable, and the characters end up being autistic. Yeah, yeah, and I think Sally Rooney understands the autistic experience. I think there's a lot that she writes about in her other books where she describes characters' behavior in this very step-by-step physical way of like, this character walked into the kitchen, she picked up this glass, she put it back down, she sat down, this expression came onto her face, where she doesn't tell you necessarily what it means inside of the character emotionally, and it reads like an autistic person describing what they see another person doing without necessarily being able to understand it or to project emotional interpretations onto it. It feels like someone who isn't super empathic, and that makes for a really compelling read because you as the reader kind of have to do the work of figuring out what you think is going on with a character, and it makes a lot of the characters sound and seem autistic as shit, as well as the point of view feeling really autistic. So I liked that about a lot of Sally Rooney's books until she explicitly tried to write an autistic character. Male says Mr. Collins is obviously autistic, but consider Darcy. Very nice. Whoops. Oh shit, I almost accidentally deleted that. Sasha says, real reheated rivalry hype. I've gotten so annoyed that I am probably never going to watch it. Glad people are having fun, just not for me. It's a very, DJ on Dion says, it's a very Starbucks coffee type of show / book. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. It's the Ray Dunn of that kind of media. I say drinking Dunkin' Donuts, you know, so no shade. I just like my trash really trash, you know, and my other stuff like more analytical than that. Again, pretentious, whatever. I just don't think I'd be able to lock in. Like fan servicey things, usually I can't lock in unless it's serving a really stupid and depraved type of fan. You know what I mean? Like furry fan service, I'm there, you know. But just like regular gay boy fan service, I'm not. And I'm also bitter that they have the fucking Wolf Parade song in it. Like all these fucking elder millennial media creators like Jane Schoenbrunn and the people who made Heated Rivalry, they're getting out there and they're making nostalgic media about my high school years, and then they're using the indie rock that I thought was so special to me and that I was so cool for liking, and now everybody knows I'll Believe in Anything. And I'm especially embarrassed because I just posted I'll Believe in Anything by Wolf Parade to my Instagram stories a few weeks ago, not knowing it was on Heated Rivalry. And now people think I'm probably doing it because of Heated Rivalry. And it's like, no, listen, I was in the trenches finding what felt like at the time obscure music on blogs and stuff, and being, you know, being put onto some really obscure stuff was like a big part of my ego as like an indie snob kid. And now I don't have that. I can't have that anymore. And I have to release that. And I have to accept that that no experience in my life was ever unique. Um, and that my nostalgia also isn't interesting or unique, and that I'm not any better than Heated Rivalry, even if I don't like reading it. Game Changers. Mail says, I'm reading the Game Changers book series and enjoying it, but haven't watched the show. Lagoon Lurk. Hello. The Starbucks comparison is quite accurate. It's AO3 Fujoshi Sports made mainstream. And again, cheers to Fujoshis. I love you. I'm sorry to be such a dick. Artistic Bum says, seems redundant to say, but every Star Trek character. Yeah. Yeah, Data is the obvious choice. I always really loved Seven of Nine so much. As this like cold, autistic lady, traumatized lady character, dissociated, getting more in touch with herself. Obviously, having survived like dronification brainworms, hot as fuck, you know. Uh, good shit. Birdie Bit says, I feel this about representation. I like Gilmore Girls-ish family shows, but I tend to go for the South Asian over the black ones. I think the attempt to reach broad audiences kills a lot of black shows for me. That's so interesting, beside like Insecure. Yeah, that makes sense to me, that like there's almost this plea that the media feels like it has to make to appeal to like a white gaze or a general gaze that probably makes it not feel very black, right? If I'm kind of understanding what you're saying, versus something like, and I do see that a lot of like black people that I know like a lot of K dramas. They like, I mean, they like a lot of anime. They like a lot of, I know a lot of black people who like a lot of even like Bollywood stuff. Like they like media that has, or like telenovelas, like media that has a particular cultural frame that is not the white majority. Like it seems to me that a lot of black audiences and like a lot of just like black media consumers that I'm friends with, they can really appreciate a lot of that stuff even if it's completely not their culture, because at least it is a culture that's like really specific and not the majority. And I don't think there really is as much black media that gets to do that. Like there's so much like white supremacy is anti-blackness so specifically. And so a lot of things get uplifted as being like culturally interesting and exotic, which can obviously be super racist unto itself, but there's an appreciation in media for other cultures to a degree that are like not the white majority. But if you're black, that's not there. Like there's still such a like colorism, and I know that stuff is there too. Like I know like any kind of media out of like let's say India has terrible colorism. I know the colorism in Korea is terrible. So I don't mean to like erase that, but like I think because all of this prejudice comes specifically from anti-blackness, it makes sense that black media faces even the highest burden to like have tons of really light skinned characters, tons of characters that are kind of Western white culture neutral and have like very like kind of middle class white person jobs, or very like assimilated jobs and assimilated lives, and like aren't specifically black. So, and I think also just when it's like close to home, it just hurts more. You know, like it's more cringy and embarrassing because it's personal. Like if I see bad trans mask rep, I mean, I never really felt at home with trans mask rep because that wasn't exactly the right bucket for my identity. But also, that shit embarrassed me a ton. Or like really bad autistic rep, or like corny feeling, or pandering. It just makes me kind of cringe. So I would imagine too that like if that's your, if it's your identity and your culture that's like being kind of treated cheaply in media, it's way more uncomfortable. Hello, Imogen. Welcome. Glad you're here. Yes. Yes, we've been talking about doing Coffin of Andy and Lele. Sasha says Hellblade can be 8 hours. Some of it can be overwhelming, especially if you're unfamiliar with hearing voices, and there are a lot of light effects. That might be tough, actually. Audio processing stuff. Hannah Vignolo says, I headcanon Supergirl is autistic. The overall alien feelings she expressed on the show were so relatable. Very cool. Very fucking cool. Yeah, I remember when that show was all over Tumblr, and like a lot of autistic lesbian girlies were feeling it. Lagoon Lurk. Yes, I got a new tattoo. It's under Derma Shield right now, so it does not look good. It's covered in blood and guts. So next week or next stream, you'll see what it really looks like. Okay, Sasha said, I'm bad at video games, but it didn't take too long for me to figure out the combat and puzzles. Cool, that's good. Lagoon Lurk says Mel and the medical show The Pit, especially how she keeps being ignored when she starts into an excited rant, is so real. There's been a lot of like good autistic characters in a lot of medical shows. I feel like even like I didn't mind the autistic rep in what's the Shonda Rhimes medical show, Grey's Anatomy. Or wait, am I crossing my streams here? There's an autistic girl on an autistic woman on Grey's Anatomy that I think was actually kind of like charmingly written. I think I just like you can take the most stock autistic character, and if it's a woman, it's still a little bit more interesting. Just like blunt monologue, no emotion, really good at science. If you're just making a Sheldon Cooper, I don't give a shit. But if you make that character a woman, all of a sudden I'm like, iconic, iconic autistic moment. That's kind of how I feel about Beth on The Queen's Gambit. Never explicitly named to be autistic, but they had to have known that that character was autistic. Sasha says, I'm often really turned off when writers try too hard to write good representation, TM, instead of just writing human beings and emotionally resonant stories. Exactly. Closet Demon says, evil autistic representation, please. Yes. Evil autism is my favorite. Male Violence says, I'm overstimulated because I love this topic and it's hard to take in the new interesting info about media that I don't already know. Yeah, that is one of the struggles too with even writing about this stuff in the piece that I'm going to read out loud in a bit, that like I'm talking about books that you may not have necessarily read, many of you. So is it interesting what I'm even saying without that context? I don't know, but hopefully. Artistic Bum shouts out Josh Thomas's shows. They have good representation. He was autistic the whole time and didn't know it, which is kind of the Dan Harmon effect, where he did not know he was autistic as he was writing Community. He just thought he was an alcoholic who had a bunch of relationships that exploded around him all the time. And everybody that worked with him on TV shows said he had a brilliant mind for story and character, but he was a dick to work with. And then he wrote Danny Pudi's character and Abed, and the character was autistic about media, and it was Dan Harmon, basically like a less dickish Dan Harmon, and the autistic community rallied around that character so strongly that it kind of set into motion Dan Harmon figuring out that he was autistic, and then, you know, making more explicitly autistic characters in like Rick and Morty and stuff like that, which is so cool. Birdie Bit says, saw a post the other day about hiring insensitivity readers to make sure your characters and story are problematic enough. I would love to be an insensitivity reader, because I do hate when media is handling the thing with kid gloves and just like very delicately holding it, cradling the subject like an egg. It's very othering. Like, to really know what it's like to be queer or autistic or whatever is to know what sucks the most about us and what we hate about each other. And that's what I love about Interview with the Vampire. It's about how horrible queer people are to each other and how much we still need one another in spite of it and through it, you know? Because there's only 100-ish vampires on the planet and they're almost all fucking rapists and shit. And they need each other and they love each other and they hate each other. And they have the craziest beefs. And that's queer community to an extent. Like, which fucked up traumatized person who's done abusive stuff do you want in your polycule? and which ones do you have to love from more of a distance? Luigi Bowser Jr. says Maxwell Adams confirms Billy, Mandy, and Grimm are autistic a few years back on Tumblr, and that was way after the show ended. So Maxwell is a late diagnosed autistic creator, and I love that all the characters there, all the main characters, are autistic. Sasha says, I really need to replay Disco Elysium. I wish I had done that on stream, even though it would have been way too long. It's not to gatekeep gothness, it's to make more people queer. Quotes of all time. Yes. Force femming everybody at the goth bar. Synecdoche says, I'm currently writing a story partly about that sort of clash between different types of autistic people. Please let us know about it in the Discord. For anyone who's enjoying the chat so far, we have a Discord server for this and the show that me and Maddie do, Time Theft Today. The Discord is called the Discord because we like getting into discourse, stupid discourse. And people do crafting on there. They talk about medical self advocacy. They just share their cute outfit photos and their stupid animal pets and stupid things they're doing. We chat about kink and all kinds of stuff. Like it's just a very fun, pretty horizontally organized place for people in this chat to hang out. So before I dive into reading the piece, I will drop a link to the Discord at least once. And I'd love to hear more, Synecdoche, about your work as it comes together, because I do really like that friction between masked and unmasked, or different types of autistic characters. Like your autistic person who's really autistic about social rules, like they think that they've learned what etiquette is, and so now they have a very firm set of beliefs about how people are supposed to act, and then the autistic person who's just like a wild animal, and then and really PDA and does not follow rules, and those two are just equally adamant against one another. It's so fun. When there's two robots but one's unmasked and they have friction about it, yes. Another bit more freezing. Damn it. Game Changers is the name of the book series that Heated Rivalry is based on. Oh, okay. Got it. Birdie Bits, again talking about Black representation, says, more problematically, if it's failing someone, it's usually not failing me specifically. When I see Black characters show up, I have to brace myself. Yeah, that's I don't like a lot of trans rep, and a lot of trans rep is people like me, right? Like I'll go with the Sex and the City example. Sex and the City, the original run, had basically no trans characters other than a series of 3 Black and other POC trans women sex workers who get called the T slur. They get like things thrown at them. They're depicted as loud and annoying, and a character that we're supposed to like is like being really aggressive against them and hostile to them and calling the cops on them and calling them slurs. And then eventually that same character makes peace with them, and she like gets literally invited to the cookout where all of the Black and brown trans femme sex workers are, and gets to like, and some of them do these awful Black scents and do like awful versions of like AAVE, talking to these characters. That was kind of the trans representation in Sex and the City. So really trans misogynistic, really racist. Then the last couple of years, the new series, And Just Like That, has come out, and it's trying to do a kind of reparative reboot. The original Sex and the City was really racist, so now they've added a bunch of Black and brown characters into the core group, though they're all like really rich, liberal, light-skinned people, so it doesn't really fix things. And they've tried to fold a few trans characters in. But the original show was trans misogynistic and anti-Black. Trans misogynoiristic, right? The trans characters that are in the new show are a white non-binary kid who is trans misogyny exempt, another white non-binary person who is trans misogyny exempt, a light-skinned Hispanic non-binary person who is trans misogyny exempt, and then there is one white trans woman who's in like a scene. And that's it, so the way that the show is trying to address its transphobia, its trans misogyny, is by addressing its transphobia. Like it thinks that having some like little white skinny non-binary AFAB people is somehow going to fix things. And so like that's what a lot of trans rep is on television, especially non-binary representation, is people in the same genre as me, and it does not feel good, and it shouldn't feel good. And I think if any TME, trans misogyny exempt trans person sees all these little white skinny non-binaries, AFABs, and for some reason that's important, it's always an AFAB on screen, and they think this is so great, we've made so much progress, like they're being so they're climbing up the ladder and they're pulling the ladder up from under them, and they're not thinking about trans women and Black trans women specifically, and Black trans people specifically being left behind. And it's so annoying. So I think, I'm assuming Birdie Bits, it might be a similar thing where it's like, oh, I'm relatively privileged compared to a lot of other black people, or in certain ways, I'm a type of person that media will depict because people are uncomfortable with blackness, and they see aspects of certain identities as less threatening. And so then they show certain kinds of black characters, light-skinned ones, for example. It sucks. Night Owl says, "Loving the fit today, Devin. Thank you. For my visually impaired audiences, I'm wearing a little black and brown striped sweater with like a little thin chain. Got my usual little earrings on, some little black earrings, and my little iridescent ring. And yeah, we're cozy, we're comfy, we're cozy. And I black and brown is such a fun like deer color scheme." Jay Devon says, "I thought I wanted good representation, but I really wanted weird queer art for and by queerdos." Yeah, the freaks. Mavellan says, "LMA left my ass off at woman Sheldon Cooper being cool." Yeah, Big Bang Theory, but it's all women. Big Bang, yeah, Big Bang Theory, but it's all women. Feminism moment. Good art. And you can clip that. I would watch a Big Bang Theory for women. No, I wouldn't. I'm gonna have to bounce, but have fun, says Sasha. Just wanted to poke my nose in and say hi. Good to see you, Sasha. Glad you were here for the meat of the actual chat part of our little hang. Very fun times. Maddie says, "Insensitivity writing consultants called Sour Baby Inc." Yes. Make your media worse and more evil and more homophobic. Evelyn says, "We've been doing a lot of voice chat, body doubling, and chatting lately on the Discord." Yes, I've been really happy to see people initiating that stuff. I'm so glad it's happening. Everar says, "Two autistics in media, Prince Ashitaka and Jeff the Land Shark." I don't know what those are from, but feel free to let us know in the chat. Mavellan says, "I do hate Big Bang Theory as a former physics student that most people gender as a woman." Oh, Lord. Yeah, and you have Miam Bialik, huge Zionist fuckbag, in there. I do like that Sheldon Cooper is gay. I know he's not gay in the show, but I like that that's a gay man. Like, I love that, like, I don't know anything about the Sheldon Cooper actor man other than that he is gay, but I do like to think of him just being like drunk at the club and being like, "Oh, I hate this show that I'm on." Like, that's just good shit to me. Monkey's paw moment. Big Bang Theory, the girlfriends just got greenlit. You're welcome. You're welcome. Sorry, and you're welcome. Everar says it's a Princess Mononoke character and Marvel character. Oh, okay. Sweet. Okay. So I've seen Princess Mononoke. I guess I just completely forgot that character. Sweet. Yes. I mean, I think Princess Mononoke herself is like very autistic seeming. I love like a feral girly, like a feral woman. Well, I'm sure everybody here loves a feral woman. Let's be real, but like as autistic representation, just like a nasty woman, like that stuff's fun and very very autism coded to me. And like unmasked, because there's a degree to which, like, in some ways masked autism is a misnomer, right? It's like being closeted isn't a choice, right? Like, you can be so feral and nasty and rude and disgusting and unemotive and like a dick and autistic, like just very autistic. But if you're a woman, especially if you are like conventionally attractive or whatever, people will be like, "You're not autistic at all." Like, it's so funny. Like, I mean, it's fucked up, right? That it's both taking women's suffering not seriously and also failing to socially penalize someone if they're hot, right? If they can be seen as ornamental. Like, but I end up really relating to characters like your Beth from Queen's Gambit, who is rude, openly showing up to competitions on drugs, wearing really weird makeup and outfits, treating people really disposably, really messy and self-destructive, and nobody ever really does anything, and nobody ever really clocks it as needing intervention because she's successful and she's hot. And like, that is it's a very represented autistic trope at this point. We don't really need that anymore, but I really like it, and it is realistic. that a lot of women like that don't get ever clocked as having any kind of neurodivergent stuff or getting any help because, hey, you're successful and you're hot, and maybe you're successful because you're hot. Like, people are giving you a lot of social leeway. Um, or autistic women who learn to use their sexual appeal to others, or like beauty or whatever, or just like social skills of like charming people to get by. Meanwhile, they're actually feral as shit and they like don't bathe and they're like chewing on their fingers all the time, but everyone's like, she's so charming. Like, that's such a real thing. Um, and it works. Like, it really does keep people from being detected or penalized for being autistic. Lisa and Lisa Frankenstein. Who is to blame? The unapologetic feral. Yes. Love the unapologetic feral. Uh, Nimona fits this too, which I have not watched, but I've heard good things. Okay, so we've been still getting dropped frames, and I don't want the stream to be low quality. I don't want that. I don't want that for us. So I am going to, oh God, I don't want to change the stream link though, because we got 46 people in here. So let me know in the chat briefly here, like, how bad has the glitching been, and are we willing to? Now we got 50 people here. Oh, like, are we willing to switch to a different stream link if needed? Because I'm going to change my internet connection. I sometimes if it switches to a different internet connection fast enough, I won't lose the stream link, but I might. So I'm a little scared. Um, so I'm curious how much we've been glitching. It doesn't seem terrible, but it doesn't seem awesome either. I'm going to look at my own stream link for a second here. For me, it's only been video. Audio's been good. Yeah, the audio's been fine, but I don't like the video being bad neither. I'm okay with the level of glitching. Been here for just a few minutes and seems fine. More glitching, please. Thank you. Great. It's often, but not too bad. Just a second of freezing every few minutes. Okay, and we are going to be mostly text on the screen, so maybe I'll just keep it. Tashi and Challengers has the tennis autism like Beth's chess autism. She also has that Fujoshi autism. Fujoshi autism. Okay, I'm looking at my own stream and like the freezing is not that bad. I don't know why I think me moving is somehow gonna create more freezing, but okay, we'll keep it. We'll keep it. It's clearly not been disruptive. And we're going to have something that's less visually dependent soon. But this is the last time I'm going to let this happen. I'm going to detach from Xfinity Wireless after this forever, because it keeps fucking me up. Thank you, everybody, for your feedback. But before we switch into the main piece, I am going to give y'all a link to the Piscord. So the Piscord, again, is a Discord server that me and Maddie have a live stream show called Time Theft Today that we were doing every week, and we're not doing it as frequently now because of just life and disability stuff, but it has had a really robust community for a long time, and I've been doing these streams, and people have been coming to them and saying really smart, cool things, and they want to keep being able to talk to one another, and so that is what the Piscord is for. It's relatively self-policing. We have one mod other than me and Maddie, and that is our good friend Callisto. And we try to step in kind of as little as possible in the kind of anarchist tradition of like letting people do their own fucking thing and trying to hear one another out on treating what people have to say and disagreements on at least neutral faith, if not good faith, because if they're in this space, they are probably disabled, they're probably queer, they're definitely anti-Zionist, anti-imperialist, etc. And so we get into some really nice conversations about a lot of cool and sometimes intense stuff. But you can take it at your own speed. There's crafting channels, there's people talking about music and movies, and then there's also people talking about like age regression, sex, and like rape kink and stuff. So in different channels. So you can take your flavor, take your speed, and have some fun conversations, hopefully. So there's the link to the Discord. You got to get wired in, I'm telling you. Maddie, I can't. It's the internet's all the way over the fuck there in the other side of the house, and like, well, actually, now I could because I have help that I could get, but so maybe someday I'll wire the internet. But the idea of like cutting up my wall, like, no, no, I'm a feral autistic. I need shit to just work immediately and to not have to put any effort into it whatsoever, or I won't do it. And I hate disruption, so I'm not gonna do it. But I might be able to tap into the construction skills of my dear loved ones, but not right now. Okay, so there's a Discord link. Did that damn thing. Now we're gonna start diving into reading the actual piece. It's gonna be a long one. It's 7,000 damn words. So I'm gonna try to not get off track too much, but please continue to put shit in the chat, and I will keep an eye on it and pull things from the chat and conversations people are having as relevant. So feel free to have crosstalk. Alfonso Galliardo says, okay, hear me out. Excuse me. I don't even understand French, and I love Toto from Avez-vous déjà vu? He's just a hyperverbal kid who talks really fast about shit and gross stuff. He's lovely. My heart. Love it. Authenticism says, I'm late, still on a Discord break, though I'm here. Good to have you here. Night Owl says, in my experience, sometimes undiagnosed neurodivergent people who strictly adhere to norms can be judgmental and impose it on others. Basically out here bullying higher need and unmasked NDs. Yes, I have had a like draft of a piece in my folders for a long time that's like called Why Your Mask is Toxic. You know, that's the stupid clickbait title. And the idea is that a lot of autistic maskers, in order to mask successfully, they have become like water carriers for the existing neuro-conforming social order, and they enforce those norms in the same way that women enforce sexism and patriarchy all the time. People can internalize anti-blackness and put it on their own families if they're black, or immigrant families can try to assimilate into the mainstream culture and participate in the process of assimilation in a way that can be kind of culturally destructive, even if, you know, they're doing it for reasons that make sense. They're not the source of the problem, but they do the thing, and autistic people do it all the time. And sometimes there's nobody more judgmental and socially manipulative than an autistic person who thinks they can't be wrong about stuff socially. And we see this a lot in neurodivergent families, where you'll have a masked autistic parent who has spent their whole life reinforcing the mask and reinforcing conformity to societal ideals. And then they have a younger autistic kid or an autistic young adult who is unmasked, and they hate that about their kid because it's everything they've tried not to be their whole life. And then they penalize it. Closet Demon says, I wish there was more talk of other paraphilias other than incest and age stuff in the Discord. But it's still like, oh, this is too taboo. People will hate me for it. I don't think that's true, Closet Demon. I don't think that's true. There is, maybe because a lot of the writing I've been doing this year touches on those particular taboos. But, I mean, I very much want this to be a all paraphilias pro space. We definitely have people in the community who are into a lot of other taboo things without telling anybody else's tea. But, you know, obviously I love all the rapey violent stuff. I, you know, love creatures that don't pass the Harkness test and fantasies about that. And, you know, just about anything you can think of. So I hope at some point you do feel comfortable talking about that stuff in the Discord and chopping it up. But also you can message me about that if you want to do that. We love a long stream. Hello, Rune. This art hanging up here on the wall, this new addition to my wall, is some mail from Rune. This beautiful painting that says "Hot Mad Face" in like silver paint, and then it has all these beautiful like teal and mint and sparkly and iridescent like lace and beads and stuff hanging off of it, and some great like iridescent sequins. It's so fucking cool. I love it. It's so fucking sweet, and I'm gonna make you a red rocket dog dick needle felt and mail it back to you. Artistic Bum says, shout out to immigrants. Can we get a fuck ice in the chat? Fuck ice, fuck ice. Fuck ice, that's right. Minneapolis, the world looks to you with gratitude. The uprising is here and ongoing and has been there for a long time, and we love it. So, yeah. The Harkness test sucks and I hate it. Yeah, I want to get railed by a monster that cannot consent, but still wants to fuck me with a rabid hunger. You know, fuck a Harkness test. I'm mulching moss on the Discord. Share more paraphilias. My I love paraphiles shirt is inspiring a lot of questions that are answered by the shirt. We love our paraphilia having girlies here. Does pass the Harkness test. Gets so hard I pass out. I want just a rabbit, like a fully, you know, like bloodborne creature, rabid, bloodlust. That's right, doesn't pass the Harkness test. Creature, like a psychological, existential horror, mind break creature. Like it can't consent to anything. It can't understand anything that is happening except it's so horny and powerful that it's gonna get that thing. And I'll be powerless to stop it. Like that's what we love. That's what I'm about. That's hot. So we love a paraphilia here. Hello everyone. Autistic Bum says, I'm in the Twin Cities, a few blocks from an ice-friendly bar where Bovino has been seen. Well, I sure hope something doesn't happen to that bar while he's there. That would be horrible. All right, I'm sharing my screen, pulling up my piece. You can read this piece for free at drdevinprice.substack.com. How should autistic characters be written? Neurodivergent representation, a study in 3 cases. I'll make the font a little bigger. Again, this is a long one, but we'll lock the fuck in. The cover image here is a triptych, if you will, of our 3 works under consideration. Needle Lake by Justine Champine. Really beautiful cover, I feel. That's smaller that way. It's like a arrangement of wildflowers with stems in a block of ice, sitting on a kind of green floor and like kind of a pale, kind of snowy sky kind of color palette background. And it's just really gorgeous. Like there's a lot of like wintry scenes in the book. It's very kind of icy environment in the winter. There's a lot of outdoor scenes and a character kind of going to a frozen lake and contemplating the frozen lake, and some interesting plot developments happen around the titular Needle Lake, and so that's kind of what it's evoking. But it's also it kind of is depicting this like beautiful floral arrangement, this wildness, this beautiful wildness that's trapped in ice, that can also kind of represent a realization that has not yet been uncovered, perhaps some of the vibrant inner world of the autistic protagonist that is hidden away because she is very repressed and masked in a very inhibitory way. I think that's some of the stuff that's kind of going away. Also, this is a book very much about like neurodivergent girlhood in different forms, and so the femininity plus the ice kind of suggesting the coldness and harshness of being kind of unempathic, as a couple of different characters are in different ways. I think that's also something the book is kind of picking away at. I've noticed when I've done these streams, sometimes the cover images I choose for my own work, like the stock photos I choose, I'm going for some kind of metaphor that other people might not necessarily clock. So I'm like explaining the metaphor here, maybe too much. But I think it's a beautiful book cover and a great little book. So I wanted to unpack that. The next is the cover for Sally Rooney's Intermezzo. This one's more simple. It's a yellow and kind of gray beige chessboard, and then there's 5 chess pieces. It's being looked at from above, and from each chess piece there is a shadow coming out representing the 5 lead characters. Basically, you have 2 brothers, Ivan and Peter, and then you have kind of the women in their life. Peter has 2 girlfriends and has kind of an arc related to dealing with the feelings about that. And then Ivan has this kind of older woman girlfriend, and we'll get into her representation later on. But the book really explores a couple of different kinds of neurodivergence. At the very least, autism and ADHD, and I think another character is very heavily implied to have moral OCD. And then there's also considerations about what it means to be normal in the book, and strategic and kind of following the rules versus not following the rules, and so there's an element of talking about polyamory in there as well. So we will be talking about all that. And then finally, the cover for the video game Who's Lila, which is in this very like kind of gritty, like pixelated format. It's not like 8-bit pixelated. It kind of takes like kind of photographic images and then pixelates it. So there's a Polaroid of a woman, a high school age girl, Lila, or perhaps Tanya Kennedy. These two characters who look very similar. There's a lot of duality and identity in the game. There's a pack of cigarettes here. There's a notepad and a pen. There's a balled up piece of paper, and it all seems to be on a table, perhaps a table in a police interrogation room, because there's many scenes that happen there in the game, and we'll be talking about that game as well. Maddie says, my I love paraphilia shirt that I'm fucking asks a lot of questions, etc., etc. Exactly. A Closet Demon says, I'm more into warrior cats and unethical werewolf stuff, you know? That's awesome. Yes, it's rasterized. That's the correct term for what's happening with the image here. Like lots of little pixelated dots. It's rasterized. Thank you. So those are our 3 works, but we're going to be using these 3 works to consider a couple of different aspects of neurodivergent representation. So that's coming. I've been reading a review copy of Justine Champine's new novel, Needle Lake, a surprisingly tender psychological thriller about a teenaged autistic girl, Ida, who gets swept up in the fallout of a murder after her alluring and far more socially astute cousin, Elna, arrives to her tiny town. This book also talking about heated rivalry and like all of the work of my youth, or all of the experiences of my youth appearing in media. It is set in the early 2000s, I believe, late 90s, early 2000s. So it is a little bit of a retro, fitting Justine, who's kind of an age contemporary of mine, I believe, kind of her era of growing up, as well as mine, as well as many of us here, though certainly not all of us. Reading the book, which I fully enjoyed and found almost triggeringly moving in some places, has got me thinking a lot about how autistic characters are depicted in fiction and the many choices authors have to make if they want to do it well. Whether to explicitly name the character as autistic, for example. How much to make a character's autism a core component of their plotline and characterization, and how many other forms of neurodiversity the author wants and has room to consider. This is the part of the draft that is my great shame. I've been working on a novel with a teen autistic protagonist for over a year now, and it's also set in the early 2000s, and it also has all the fucking indie music and like live journal blogs and stuff I was using at that time. So these are all considerations that have been weighing on my mind. I've also seen a lot of lackluster attempts at including neurodivergent people within a narrative work over the years. Ones that reduce a character to a handful of stock autistic traits, or try to didactically persuade the reader, viewer, player that neurodivergent people aren't really so different from the rest of us, without meaningfully drilling into what that means about our collective views of normality. But Champine has managed to create a realistic autistic lead in her novel without making the book feel like a lesson, or like some kind of fan fiction that pats itself on the back for introducing the reader to the most thinly drawn of underrepresented figures. Ida gets to be a character with other disabilities beyond her autism that intersect with it and inform how her autism is interpreted. She masks, but often ineffectively, and numerous passages in the book are devoted to her sorting out the motives of other people effortfully and failing to understand how to pilot her own inelegant body and face. She feels like an alien in her small town and is lit up by passions that others cannot understand. At times, her empathy falters or operates differently from how other, more outwardly emotionally expressive peoples do. I found many small details about the character recognizable, at times with shocking specificity. There were enough similarities between Ida and the protagonist of the novel I'm working on, or was working on, Danica, that it sent me running to my draft to remove anything that might feel derivative after Needle Lake's release. And this, it was just so, it was really funny. Like at the time that I was getting the book last summer, I was more actively working on this novel. And the character had a lot of like their like sensory safe place was like swimming to the bottom of this lake that a family member lived by. And it just so happens that Ida does almost the exact same thing in Needle Lake, that she has this kind of safe place that is the titular lake. So both protagonists happen to take solace in imagining themselves drifting at the bottom of a lake, removed from all the noise and confusion of being around human beings. I took this out of my novel because it's so similar to Champine's, but it was kind of cool that we were on such similar wavelengths in a lot of ways. Pop Mushy says, Devin, love your work. Hello, thanks for being here. I am excited to see what Champine is doing in autistic written fiction and the impact it's going to have on a variety of genres. It makes me feel hopeful that our voices can be present everywhere from literary novels to slasher movies to walking simulators and beyond. Our differences not shortchanged or stereotyped, just simply understood as part of human reality, worthy of inclusion in art. And we could definitely call Needle Lake like a genre thriller, right? Like a book that's supposed to be very readable, very approachable, gripping plot, not something that is kind to the reader rather than challenging for challenging's sake. But it's also really thoughtful and seriously considered, and the fact that that kind of book with that kind of pretty wide and general audience also had a character who's autistic and made that such a part of her experience is nice. Like it really shows how far we've come in terms of people's willingness to publish these stories, hiring autistic writers to write books that are not about autism, but that can just be like a fun thriller and the character is autistic. And that stuff is really, really nice to see. And that's, if you do want to think a book to teach people things, it's nice to kind of sneak it in, right? Like people are not picking up an autism book and getting Needle Lake. They're getting a thriller and they're maybe learning a little bit about autism along the way without ever feeling like they're being lectured. And I think that's really nice. And I wanted to take a moment here to consider how Champine presents her arguably multiple neurodivergent characters, contrasting Needle Lake with two works of fiction that tackle autism in very different ways. Sally Rooney's 2024 novel Intermezzo, and developer Garage Heathen's surreal and philosophical horror video game Who's Lila. Here's another cover for Intermezzo. It's the kind of blue. This might be the European cover. And this represents Peter in his kind of, he's a lawyer, in his kind of wool pea coat with his back to the viewer, and a shadow of his silhouette is a chess piece, a rook, I think. And then there's like a little thin whippet dog sitting next to him, and the shadow of that dog is a knight chess piece, the horsey. So yeah, so that's another cover for the book. And then here's a screenshot from Who's Lila of the main character Will, the player character Will, very flat emotional expression on the right hand side of the screen, and then a outline of him standing in his living room on the left hand side of the screen, and the text from the game is, "It's difficult for me to express emotions," and he looks very unemotive there. I will keep spoilers minimal as I discuss each of these fictional works and describe how each of them approach the questions of whether to name a character as autistic, how central to make autism part of their characterization, and whether or not to include any other neurodivergent characters or other neurodiversities specifically alongside them. So we're talking about three works, and we are talking about three components of autistic rep in those works. Are you telling me as the player or reader that the character is autistic? How much are they an autistic character, TM? And are there any other neurodivergences or disabilities popping up in this work? Let us begin. is the character described as autistic. Needle Lake makes the neurodiverse representation within its pages quite clear, though nobody actually names Ida as autistic. The closest anyone comes in the book is talking about how different she is and calling her the R slur, which, talking about implying versus saying, is very period accurate. We're looking at the late 90s, early 2000s in this book, and that would have been the teen girl autistic experience, was to feel weird and maybe get called a slur, not to know that you were autistic. Most readers will first become aware of the character's neurodivergent status via the book's positioning and promotion. Champine has intentionally selected autistic writers, like me, to blurb her book, and was explicit to me about her intentions in writing an accurate representation of an autistic girlhood like she experienced. So the book tells you without telling you, which makes sense for what it's about. This information sets up a reader expectation for Ida right away. So when Ida says in the novel that she is friends with her teacher and feels cleaved off from the other girls at school, you know what that means. Here is a passage from the book. My old teacher, Miss Sellers, who I considered my friend, had once noticed me studying one of those magazines in the library at school. She sat down at the table and gently said, "It's all professional lighting and some digital manipulation." I looked at her and understood she must have thought these images made me insecure, worried about how I looked or what I didn't have in my closet. This was not the case. I didn't think about myself at all when I studied them. I told her I knew, and she sat there for another minute, a limp smile on her face, and her forehead bunched together, before giving me a light pat on the shoulder and walking out into the hall. I kept my eyes on the magazine as she left. It was like there was this invisible fence that ran down the center of girlhood, dividing those who had it, the thing from pictures, the thing Elna, her cousin, seemed to have, and those that didn't and either longed for it or rejected it knowingly. I didn't feel like I was on one side or the other. It felt more like I was standing in a field away from the fence altogether, watching everything carefully. So in this passage, Ida is looking, as you might have been able to discern, but in case you couldn't, a fashion magazine. She's reading, like Cosmo Girl in the school library and studying and considering social positioning and recognizing that there are some girls who have this it factor, this charm and attractiveness. And her cousin, Elna, who's just arrived to this small town, has it. She's really good at charming people and manipulating people. And we see that throughout the book. She wins people over. She introduces herself to adults and gets, there's a lot of loggers in the town. And she walks right up to the loggers and offers herself as providing mending, like clothes sewing services to them, and starts making money off of that. And she just charms the pants off of these adults and feels very socially capable. She charms Ida's mom and gets some shifts working at the shop that her mom owns. And she steals from the shop and she kind of gets away with it and is able to kind of sometimes pawn things off onto Ida. And so Ida's very much in awe of this charming Elna cousin character. And she's thinking about how there seem to be girls who have it, who have that social power, and there are girls who don't. And her teacher friend is trying to reassure her that these fashion magazines aren't real and don't compare yourself to this stuff. But that's not what's actually going on for Ida. She's really just studying other people from afar. She doesn't feel like she's in this battle of girlhood, of jockeying for social position via attractiveness and like pretty privilege or whatever. She feels like she's almost not human or not one of the girls, which is a really common autistic girl experience or autistic kid experience. Not really feeling like you're in the gender battle, not really feeling like you're one with your peers, and that a lot of the jockeying for status that is so important to a lot of neuro-conforming people just doesn't matter to you. You just don't care about where you stand in the rankings, even if you're interested in studying people. So just a great little aside in this book pretty early on. And pretty nuanced, I think. A lesser writer who wasn't autistic might have written Ida as just one of the girls who doesn't have it, right? that she just doesn't have it. She's not charming. She's not cute because she's awkward and autistic. Or they could make her a Beth Harmon, hot autistic, who doesn't have superficial charm, but is kind of given a pass because she's hot or whatever. Instead, the book chooses something a little bit more complicated. Importantly, because Ida is an undiagnosed autistic teenager living in the 1990s, we as the reader know more about her situation and disability than she does. This helps the novel avoid a pitfall that many contemporary works fall into. By making characters far too self-aware and precise in the language they use to talk about their marginalization, many books remove all psychological tension and make their stories feel like self-congratulatory homework with little emotional realism. Again, I think, is the work trying to teach something, or is the creator trying to share something real, emotionally real, is kind of a litmus test for me. Neurodivergent characters are often a whole lot more interesting when they don't fully understand or accept all of their inner workings, because so few of us actually do. They can't bring their interpersonal problems to a tidy solution because they lack the tools. It is often far easier to get invested in a character who is on the brink of an important realization about themselves, but stabs in many of the wrong directions, than it is to follow someone who has got things figured out. Confusion, inner conflict, and missing information creates a whole lot more suspense. And that's just literally like the definition of dramatic irony, right? Where a character doesn't know something, but we might know it, or another character knows it. I've chosen to make most of my fictional characters unaware that they are autistic or transgender, because it is far more engaging to watch a character be taken advantage of, misinterpret things, and lash out than to have them carefully explain why it is they do what they do and immediately find acceptance. That's a little bit more like the kind of Sesame Street version of these things, and I just don't like that. The world I'm living in sure doesn't work that way, and I find an authentic darkness far more enjoyable than comfort in my fiction. And this is a link to a book that I wrote before I transitioned, before I changed my name, before I knew I was autistic. I self-published this on a bunch of self-publishing websites. And it's about two twins, and one of them, this is very Black Mirror. One of the twins dies and has her consciousness uploaded to a little box that has a speaker, and so she can, and like a camera, so she can kind of perceive reality visually and interact with people verbally, and eventually she can kind of get online and talk to other people that are in these, they're called bright boxes, so other uploaded consciousnesses. But she can't smell, she's not embodied anymore, she can't move her body around. And when I look back on it, it's such a like dissociated, like dysphoric experience that I'm describing, like being in the world but not being a human who can move around or really smell things or touch things, and not having a physical form other than this like box. But I didn't fucking know that shit when I was writing that book in 2013. I didn't know yet. And so I cringe looking back at it, and it's just whatever, poorly edited, self-published stuff. But it is very much a character who doesn't know she's autistic, and an author that doesn't know that it's autistic. I also think there is far more narrative potential in a character at a turning point, one who's lost in an alienation that could either right itself or go tragically awry. People love characters with an unpredictable potential. Devin Lore Drop. Yep. And I serialized that shit on Tumblr. Chapter by chapter. I published the entire thing on Tumblr, and it had like a decent following. Like, it has had like maybe by now between 3,000 and 4,000 downloads, which for self-published shit is not too bad. Though I keep the first book free, and the second book is like $1.99, so that's part of why it sold well on Kindle. But yeah, my little corpus callosum universe. People love characters with an unpredictable potential. It's part of why so many trans stories are about people in egg mode, and why so many works of fiction are about teenagers. When you can feel the kinetic potential of the character, they're at the top of the mountain and they could roll in any number of directions. That is very exciting, and also everybody who has been a teenager has been a teenager, but not every reader has been a 50-year-old yet. Like, there are more people that have been teenagers. There are more trans people that have been eggs than the obverse of that. And so when you make a character that is not realized fully in that way, more people can see themselves in it. And they can also see their regrets, their dreams, their aspirations. There's just a lot. There's a lot there. There's so much. Sorry, bumped the microphone. Like compressed air, ready to be unleashed. Because Ida is autistic and masking but does not know that she is, her narration shows the genuine lostness that follows many unrealized autistics for years. She recognizes that her actions around other people can become stilted and artificial, but she isn't sure what normal person quality she is lacking and trying to make up for. And so even her own social personality is a bit of a blank, even to her. She's more of a collection of defense mechanisms and self-denials around other people than an expressive person. Take this scene where cousin Elna wanders into Ida's map-covered bedroom, and Ida feels shame at the obvious intensity of her special interest. She, Elna, took a step in and spun around slowly. There were maps everywhere. The walls, my desk, rolled up on the bookshelf, taped to the ceiling. Seeing all my things through her eyes gave me a lurch in the stomach. I felt like I needed to do something, explain myself, but I just stood off to the side, arms crossed, while she walked around slowly. She spun my globe around a couple times. So there's just this moment of sudden self-consciousness and, like, freezing up. When neurodivergent people do not know that we are neurodivergent, we have a very difficult time making sense of how the social world operates or forming reliable predictions for what's going to happen to us. Every moment of patience and kindness we do get is an unexpected reprieve, which makes us really easy to abuse because we're not used to being treated that way. We might think we have found care and acceptance when we are just temporarily useful to somebody. Or we might think we're friends with somebody when they're just kind of situationally nice to us, like a coworker. And many of the strategies that we use to cope, the rule sets we follow, the ways we present ourselves, our outlooks on life, can be off the mark in ways that keep us more stuck. And that is interesting to read about, though maddening to live. I haven't seen many writers depict all of this as well as Champine does, though in a few precious passages, Sally Rooney does accomplish a similar dramatic irony with the ADHD protagonist of Intermezzo, Peter. Though at times Ida is able to describe her sensory preferences and mindset with a degree of self-awareness that's a little hard to believe for someone of her era and age, in general, Needle Lake shows us an autistic character that does not know who she is yet, but makes sure that the reader can see her and comprehend how her state of unknowing feels. And the effect is both powerful and heartbreaking. Sally Rooney's Intermezzo is similar to Needle Lake in that it avoids having its characters self-describe as neurodivergent. For the most part, characters' disabilities are implied through quirks in the narration and remarks that characters make about themselves in the dialogue. So, Ivan, the autistic character, his brother, Peter, does talk about him being autistic. He says, he's a bit autistic, though I don't know if you can say that anymore. And then his girlfriend, Peter's girlfriend, Naomi, says, you can say it if it's true. So the novel does suggest autism, but it also kind of retreats from labels a lot. And Ivan never self-describes as autistic. Nobody else really pursues it or explains him in that way, but they talk about him being autistic in ways that are very much clearly about autism, even if nobody wants to touch it that explicitly. It's obvious within the first couple of chapters that a big part of Intermezzo's conceit is that its primary point of view characters are an autistic brother, Ivan, and an ADHD brother, Peter, who can't stop confounding one another. And we see different chapters are written from what they're experiencing and their perspectives, though Peter's narration is inside Peter's head, so you hear what Peter is thinking, and Ivan's narration is about Ivan from the outside. So that already creates a weird distance from Ivan, the autistic character. As readers, we quickly figure out from the fits and starts of Peter's internal narration that he's got ADHD. Like, he doesn't form full sentences in his narration most of the time. It's short sentence fragments and like flitting between different topics, and like intrusive feelings and thoughts will kind of cut in, or like repetitions of things people have said. And it's a little bit jarring and like kind of dreamlike and hard to follow at times. And so you get what it's like to experience ADHD, or you're supposed to. Meanwhile, the Ivan chapters are saying, Ivan did this. You might get an Ivan felt this or Ivan said this, but for the most part, it's just physically describing his activities and like how he looks to others. So while Peter's neurodivergence is drawn from the inside of Peter's head, which really moves you to think about how he is feeling, Ivan's autism is informed to us from largely an outside perspective. Older brother Peter says early on that he sees Ivan as embarrassingly different and difficult to deal with, unable to make it on his own. Peter is a successful lawyer. He has really strong rhetorical abilities. He's like a great debater. Not the first time Sally Rooney has written a character like that. She likes to write characters that are charming but never show them be charming, interestingly. Peter is the one to name Ivan as autistic and shows an interest in pathologizing his brother's behavior that Ivan himself rejects. But even when Ivan does talk about his experience, he sounds more like a non-autistic person's impression of and annoyances with him, rather than him talking about his own experience. His autism is told and not shown, and it doesn't even really feel like it's Ivan who's telling us himself. This is making me not want to read Intermezzo. If you like Sally Rooney's writing, pick up, or like you're curious about it, pick up Normal People. That's personally my favorite. I'm very biased because that one's about like a depressed author, but I think Normal People is the most gripping and interesting, and the most autistic. And then if you like her style, then pick up Intermezzo to hate it. Like, if people on the Piscord wanted to have like a hate read or an ambivalent read book club, that would be dope. I think she's a fun writer, but Mavellan says ADHD stream of consciousness seems overly stereotypical. I'm with you there. And I'll get into this later. I found it kind of offensive. It's not my journey, so and I've heard some ADHDers say they like the narration. But I found it a little like potentially offensive. So I'm curious, ADHDers who have read Intermezzo, sound off in the chat. Alex Findex says, rarely have I related to a character, more to a character than Peter. That's real. ADHD, yeah, Mavellan said ADHD stream of consciousness seems overly stereotypical. I have already read Conversations with Friends and liked it okay. Yeah, that one was more like, it's so straight. I like how Sally Rooney writes sex. Like, she has these very like passionately passive like woman characters who just like love getting railed, but like in this very quiet, panting, shivering way. Like, she talks about a lot of characters just kind of like clutching to like the guy and like shivering as they get fucked, and like I think that's so cute. Like, I think it's very autistic. Lots of autistic people get fucked like that. But it's very straight too. But anyway, so Peter is this high-achieving ADHD or lawyer, eldest son, trying to hold the family together, holds himself to a really high standard of being impressive, normal. He's really shitty to his brother Ivan, thinks his brother is an embarrassment and kind of a failure, and is kind of living a frivolous life as a competitive chess player who's not really like the best of the best and is just barely scraping by. And Peter is just full of shame. He's constantly beating himself up, watching how other people are looking at him, thinking about how people see Ivan, how he sees how people are seeing Ivan's relationships, thinking how that like anything that he does that's abnormal is awful, hating himself. He like really has like, even though he's this high achieving impressive person, Peter hates himself a lot. I relate to the character a lot too, because it is that masking, brain going a million miles a minute, high achieving, self-hating thing that it's very well drawn. And I think Sally Rooney especially is really great at drawing a character like that having a meltdown. Like, when the facade of I'm holding everything together, I have to hold everything together for everyone, when that facade cracks and the person is in a downward spiral of hating themselves and hurting themselves, she does it really, really well in Normal People. And she does it really well in kind of Peter's lowest points in the book. And it's moving. And also, like, it does also feel weird to me that she writes this ADHDer as, like, not able to form a sentence in his brain. But again, maybe I'm being ableist for thinking that that's bad. And that, like, my hyperverbal ass, who thinks in a very linear verbal way, a lot of the time, maybe I'm thinking that it's lesser to think in a less verbal, more associative, diffuse way, and it's not, you know? So I think I could see it either way. So that's why I'm really curious to see what a lot of ADHDers think about Peter's narration, because I think it's both effective at telegraphing, and when I realized that that was what the book was doing in like chapter 2 or chapter 4, it was like, oh, it's written like this because he has ADHD. I did roll my eyes and think it was a little corny boots. So take what you will and tell me what you take from it. So Ivan's autism is not shown to us in as much detail as Peter's ADHD. For instance, there's this interaction where Ivan tells his love interest, the older and moral OCD afflicted Margaret, that he knows he's not a strong communicator. "Sorry I'm being so awkward," he says. "I don't think you are, really," says Margaret. "Well, I'm definitely a lot more awkward than you are," he replies. "You know, when you're talking, everything you say sounds so normal and, like, smooth. I can never get words to come out that smoothly. You're the type of person who can just go up to someone and start a conversation. It's very..." He breaks off, and then after a pause goes on. "I was just going to say, it's very attractive, but maybe I shouldn't say that." So Ivan is charming. Ivan, who is like 19 in the book, he charms the pants off of Margaret, who is, I think, in her mid-30s and divorced, from the moment they meet. And that's another thing that's very interesting in the book, because Ivan is written to be so awkward. Peter thinks he's so awkward. Ivan doesn't understand how the world works. He's so autistic and awkward. But he's also just effortlessly very charming and very romantically and sexually forward with Margaret. And a lot of that is interesting. And a lot of it is intentional on Sally Rooney's part, that she's trying to show that these characters are beset with all of this social judgment and shame, but what is actually true of them is so different, and is completely okay. Like they're all getting by fine, but they all think they're broken. So that's an intentional message that Sally Rooney has in this book that is very sweet, and there are moments where it's done very interestingly and compellingly. However, there's also stuff here that just does not feel realistic to me. If Ivan is so awkward, why is he saying that he's awkward? And also, he isn't awkward. It makes sense maybe that he has some baggage about being awkward, but he's also written as not being masked. It would make sense if Ivan was a masked autistic character who knows he's autistic and is trying to hide it, or is in general just masking, for him to apologize for being awkward, if he's really worried about being awkward. But as you go throughout this book, you will over and over again see Ivan say something like, "Oh, I'm so autistic, I do this thing," but in a completely non-apologetic way. It just feels very inauthentic to me that he is aware that he comes across a certain way to a lot of people, but he also doesn't want to change it, but he also feels the need to name it and apologize for it, but he doesn't actually feel apologetic about it. He doesn't ever have the shame in his character that Peter has, but they still make him a mouthpiece for some of those social judgments throughout the book. But he also is spitting mad game here. Like he's flirting with Margaret, and he's good at that part. Ivan says all of this about himself so knowingly and well. He's so perceptive about himself and others, despite being a character who rejects self-consciousness in himself and anybody else. Rooney obviously wants to telegraph that Ivan is socially awkward, but rather than showing it to us or letting us feel Ivan fumble, she has him state that he's awkward and confusing in a message that could not be easier to follow or more charming. There's nothing he does in this whole conversation with Margaret that is not smooth. But she still has him say, "Sorry, I'm being so awkward." Other times in the book, he'll say things like, "I talk too much, I interrupt people, I don't know how to communicate." But he never actually does it. He just says that he does. Which is, to be fair, something Sally Rooney does avoid doing in a lot of her work. Like, she doesn't show, she tells. But it's it's very contradictory, as Male Valence just said. Lack of shame and extreme self-awareness are pretty contradictory here. And this is not a character who's been to therapy. This is not a character who's been diagnosed or worked through anything. He just seems to be like this autistic savant who is also like a savant at self-acceptance, that he has this self-acceptance that Peter doesn't have, even though the book kind of says he's more fucked up. Like Ivan is more awkward and non-functional, and yet he accepts himself and Peter doesn't. So it's a little bit of the trope of the like Rain Man autistic character teaching the non-autistic character a little bit about self-acceptance, you know? And he gets to be this sage rather than a flawed person with insecurities. A little bit. A little bit. Alex Findex says, the shame and ambivalent attachment style in Peter hit home for me. Ivan's autistic characterization arrives to the book fully formed, and it never changes. He knows that he is bad at certain things, and is talented and independent in other ways. Despite having very little interest in reflecting on himself, his perceptions are always accurate. It simply isn't realistic, and it makes Ivan into a bit of a sage-like disabled figure instead of a impulsive and competitive young chess player, young man with a soft side, which is probably more in line with what Rooney intended for him. At many points in the novel, Ivan might as well be turning toward the reader and stating, I am very autistic, you know. Here's another example of Ivan clearly communicating that he is a bad communicator. Cool, says Ivan. I just realized you asked me if I was okay, and I didn't ask it back to you. Or if I did, I don't remember. I probably wouldn't have listened anyway. I do that a lot. Like, I'll remember to ask a question, but then I won't listen when the person answers. Or I'll just go the whole conversation not asking anything. Really strange combination here. So either you don't care, Ivan, in which case, why are you even saying any of this if you really don't care and you don't listen? And you're very self-accepting of the fact that you're just like this. Or you're apologizing or checking in or kind of trying to correct it. Like he talks about how he often doesn't listen, that he often doesn't ask questions, and that even if he does ask questions, he doesn't really care or like pay it. He doesn't really tune in and listen when he does. But he also wants to kind of correct for the fact that he's done that potentially, or that he's noticed that he's done something wrong. But he doesn't sound genuinely apologetic. It's unclear like what he's even trying to accomplish here. Like he doesn't seem apologetic. He doesn't seem shamed or ashamed or guilty about what he's done. He's just saying this is something I do instead of doing it. Or Rooney's kind of trying to make you notice that he did this thing. And it's very strange that like he's putting this on himself that he doesn't listen without any value one way or the other. Like why even bring it up if you're not trying to change it or you don't care that you're doing it? Like what does Ivan actually feel about himself here? We don't get that. When that would be the whole reason you would bring something up like this. You would be doing it because you felt some type of way about how you were treating other people. So it's weird. This passage sounds more like an allistic person complaining about autistic rudeness than it does an autistic person's own feelings about their social experience. Does Ivan really care that he is a bad listener? He doesn't attempt to mask it or show self-consciousness about it. But he does take the time, yet he does take the time to draw attention to it. If he doesn't care that he can't listen well, and he doesn't really want to change it, why is he bringing it up? Is it just so the reader makes sure to catch how autistic Ivan is? And again, this is Ivan talking to Margaret, a attractive older woman that he's trying to impress. So why would he bring up to her that he did something wrong and not try to correct it? Like what is happening here? Very weird. Like shouldn't he either be worried that he's fumbling or be trying to cover up that he did it? I don't get it. Like it would be much more realistic for him to say something like, "Oh, I didn't ask you about yourself. I'm so sorry. I should do that. Please tell me." And maybe see signs of him clearly enacting a script and not being present for the conversation because he's just enacting a script. You could do that in fewer words than she just did here, and it would read much more realistic. Or you could have Margaret notice, and then she has her feelings about it. Or Peter yell at him for doing it in some other scene. Rooney seems to really want to show that she's done her homework on neurodiversity. She wants to get the intentions behind her autistic, ADHDer, and later arguably moral OCD afflicted characters across, but she telegraphs their disabilities so frequently and obviously that we don't get much of an understanding of what each character's neurotype truly means for them. And this is a damn pity because Rooney has written conflicted, reactive, captivating neurodivergent characters in her books before. Like in Beautiful World, Where Are You? Oops, I get the titles wrong every time. God damn it. This is the one, not Normal People. Fuck. Like in Beautiful World, Where Are You? A novel about a suicidally depressed, best-selling author who cannot handle her fame. So everything I said about Normal People being good up to this point, I always think that it's about normal people, like, because that book is about a famous author trying to live a more normal life. So I always think that one is Normal People, but it's actually Beautiful World, Where Are You? So that's the one to read, in my opinion. This is her best one. Here is, in the piece, a cover image from Sally Rooney's Beautiful World, Where Are You? Just like Intermezzo, it follows a series of 4 POV characters, or a series of multiple POV characters, and rotates through them. Blue, kind of light robin's egg blue background, and little cutout, almost kind of abstract clouds with snippets of the people's bodies and faces. And also a few little like plants in the corner. Night Owl says, is that like evidence of the neg messages and gaslighting people can get? What Ivan's doing here? Like, are you saying he's negging? Or that he's being gaslit? Because there is an interesting feature of Ivan that he used to be in the manosphere, though we never see really any sign of it. It's very weird. Like, he was like a Reddit incel, but he has mad game, and the second his girlfriend's like, I think feminism is cool, he's like, you're right. And he's not sexist. It's very strange. That like Sally Rooney knew that a lot of autistic young men are incels, and she figured he's autistic, he's awkward, he'd be on the incel Reddits and think some stupid shit. And Peter yells at him for it and is ashamed of him for it. But Ivan instantly has game when he meets this attractive older woman. He's not shitty to her at all. Like, he's really complimentary and gentle to her, and he makes her feel very calm and okay. She's a character who's ridden with guilt. She thinks she's like a horrible, gross person. She's ashamed of being divorced. She's ashamed of the fact that she's fucking a 19-year-old when she's 35. Margaret is riddled with shame. And Ivan to her is this very comforting, accepting presence. Part of what she likes so much about him is how much he accepts himself, that he doesn't judge anything. And that is part of the strength of the Ivan character. But then, if he is this completely unself-conscious, completely self-accepting presence, why is he talking about how awkward he is and how bad he is at conversation? He doesn't think that. Clearly, he doesn't actually think that about himself because he never tries to change it. And he doesn't have to because he pulls mad bitches. And he's like instantly good at sex. So what the hell is going on here? Like, who is he? Why is he saying this? It's very contradictory. Is he flirting by doing the wet cat thing? No, Birdie Bits. Reasonable question. He is never like, oh, I'm so sad and pathetic. He is always written as very unflappable, like very straightforward. Margaret, again, is riddled with shame. She doesn't want people to know that they're dating in her town. She doesn't want to be seen with him. And he's just like, I'm so proud to be with you. I love being with you. I don't care what other people think. Like, he's immediately very direct about being attracted to her. And pursuing her. I think they hook up on like the first night. This is really early in the book, so it's not a spoiler. It's like chapter 1 of him. Like, our introduction to Ivan is he comes to a small town, to an event that is being run out of like basically like a park district building that Margaret works at. And she is just bringing him in as like a guest to her organization. He does a chess event. He's really confident. He beats all of the other chess players there. He also knows how to explain what he's doing to younger, less experienced chess players in a very patient way, but very straightforward way. And then he goes out drinking with everybody. And at the pub, he's like very charming and he flirts with her. And then they get in the car together and he spits mad game and they hook up. That's like chapter 1 of Ivan. He's not a wet cat. He's not a sad little meow meow at all. He is this very self-possessed autistic character. But part of that self-possession that we see throughout is him saying, just so you know, I'm really awkward and I don't understand people. But the whole time he's like, He's completely fine, and he shows no sign of having even gotten that feedback. So how is it the case that you have this unflappable autistic character, but who has also been told that they're awkward all the time? Either he's like a reality warping, like Elizabeth Holmes, Steve Jobs autistic, who's really charming and just no nonsense in a way that pulls people in which case he wouldn't have been told all his life that he was awkward. He would have been told he was like magnetic and assertive. Or he's this autistic schmoopy incel who goes on Reddit, manosphere forums, and has barely gotten laid before and is awkward and rude, and people tell him that he's awkward and rude, and then he shows some sign of that being his experience. But it makes no sense for him to be both, and for some reason Sally Rooney makes him both, without any of the, and we never get his emotions about it whatsoever. So it's very weird. Very, very weird. Synecdoche says the last passage from Ivan felt very weirdly plural adjacent to me. Maybe because the character feels like it's two different guys grafted onto each other. But again, he never feels actually self-conscious about his autistic traits or tries to correct them. Night Owl says that is odd. Like some self-aware people would overcompensate by centering others too much and asking a ton of questions instead. Right. And that's kind of what Peter does. Peter is very self-involved, but he's a high masker, so he's always trying to check in with other people, take care of other people, worry about how he comes across, and he overcompensates for the fact he has trouble paying attention to things. He's masked, and you get his shame. Anytime he does fail, he is like, I need to kill myself. Like, if he's very, like, intrusive thoughts, self-hating, Peter is. Ivan, and again, you never see his interior world. You only see him, like, moving around and talking to other people, but you never get any sign of shame in him. He never retreats. He never hides himself from people. He never tries to overcompensate. And there are autistic people like that, but those autistic people probably wouldn't be going around saying, oh, I just failed this social rule, you know? Oh, I just failed this other social rule. I'm going to just keep on failing these social rules because I don't care, but I'm still going to talk about it. It's so strange. But anyway, Sally Rooney has written really interesting, conflicted neurodivergent characters, like in Beautiful World, Where Are You? The protagonist of Beautiful World, Where Are You? Alice is withdrawn and sad, but also viciously self-superior. So she hates herself, but she also thinks she's better than other people. And it's nice. It's nice writing. She pulls away from her loved ones and leaves her home city, claiming to be on a break from all publicity for the sake of her mental health. Then she immediately turns around and commits to a book tour and a ton of media appearances without explaining herself or checking in with anyone in her life. She's elusive about her fame and wealth. So when she meets new people, she hides it from them, recognizing it as a liability, but she also lords it over other people the moment that she feels threatened. So she tries to pretend when she moves to this small town and kind of abandons her fame that she's just an ordinary person, but she has like rented out an old mansion and kind of throws money around to, like, you know, she takes her boyfriend with her on like a book tour vacation and kind of splashes out. And like when people challenge her, like when her best friend since childhood and her boyfriend challenge her on things, then suddenly, I'm so important. I have so much more weight on my shoulders than you do. You couldn't possibly understand what I'm going through. So she both tries to hide the fact that she's famous and a big deal, and then she also uses it as a cudgel to beat people up with when she feels threatened. And that feels really realistic. She is conflicted. She is of many minds about this stuff, and you see it bleed out everywhere in the choices she makes. She insults her friends, condescends to her lover, and melts down catastrophically in the book's most shocking and cathartic moment. So she often is acting very distant from other people, like she's literally living on a house in the hill, like a big empty house in a small town in like rural Scotland, not talking to anyone and trying to like live this like pastoral small town life and pretending she's not a famous author anymore. But then the second anybody challenges her, I'm such a big important author, blah, blah, blah. And also, I hate myself and I want to kill myself. Like, very, you know, she's going through it and it feels very real. Alice is a troubled, angry person who does not fully know herself, and that sends her knocking up against the novel's other characters in fascinating ways. She proves that Rooney can write complicated neurodivergent characters who have their own mess of conflicting drives and do it really well. She just chose an intermezzo to make her characters too obviously neurodivergent and made a clear-cut rendering of disability too central to their identities. Really recommend that book. Night Owl says, sorry, I meant Ivan is saying these things because he's been told these things by others or treated in those ways, but doesn't actually believe them, but doesn't value his own beliefs perspective. I think you can definitely make the case that Peter has definitely told Ivan that he's bad at interacting with people. Like, Peter has probably tried to correct Ivan many times. We see that in the book. So it does make sense that Ivan has heard this about himself. And so maybe he does feel some compulsive need to repeat what Peter tells him about himself. But it seems like they don't, at the beginning of the novel, the two characters are barely talking. Ivan and Peter don't get along, and Ivan has chosen to not take Peter's advice or judgment on his life. And one of the things that's very consistent about Ivan in the book is that he doesn't agree with Peter's shame, with Peter's masking. And he wants to just go do his own thing. And, like, is so solid and confident in that. Like, Ivan is almost written as a force of nature rather than a person. He just shows up and he does his fucking thing, and other people might be baffled by it, but then they're like, oh, he's just so autistic, you know, and that's a real experience. But I don't think you generally see somebody like that also, like, apologizing for their autism, because he does not feel apologetic about it. There's just any other way that Sally Rooney could have narrativized that. Have another character notice it would have made so much more sense than Ivan talking about it. It just feels like he's hanging a lampshade on something. Hannah says, love how Devin is like, the loserdom is lacking in this character. So real. He can be a baller. Like, you can have an autistic baller character, but then you can't make him also a Redditor. Like a Reddit incel. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. In Intermezzo, ADHD brother Peter's consciousness is written as a series of random observations and anxious flashes that rarely come together into full sentences. I can see what Rooney is going for here. The reader gets to ride alongside Peter's racing thoughts rather than have them explained to us. And it's nice to arrive at an understanding of Peter that nobody spells out. And it's rewarding when you realize that so much of his judgment toward Ivan is a projection of his own neurodivergent shame. So a lot of that stuff's kind of cool. But the effect Rooney uses for Peter's narration is so heightened that it sometimes borders on the offensive for me. It makes Peter a being of almost pure instinct, unable to even form thoughts. Here's a bit of that. So this is from a Peter chapter. In the morning, hiss of the iron, buttered bread roll, milligram of alprazolam, blue tie or green. Stands at the dining table rearranging his papers while the coffee cools, thoughts running rapid with broken phrases, details of argument, streams of diverging and recrossing, hands clammy touching the pages. The point of law. To raise the question of. His briefcase then, bitter aftertaste, overcoat, and outside the chill wind of October moves through the leaves of trees. Wide gray streets around the green, buses slowing to a stop, wheel and cry of gulls overhead. And it is literally always like this for the Peter chapters. It can sometimes be a little hard to read, like, because it's just snippets of things and flashes forward through time and details. Now, maybe ADHD readers will disagree with me about how this comes across. But I found Peter's writing to be so hell-bent on placing ADHD goggles over the reader's eyes that it doesn't always allow Peter to be a person with agency. For much of the book, it's more like ADHD is one of the major antagonists, causing conflicts between Peter and others, and driving him to take actions he can't really understand and won't look at directly. And so, as moving as some of Peter's lowest moments get, and there is a Peter chapter that's really good, his meltdown moment is really good. Like, he finally kind of breaks under his own shame, and it's very much like, Beautiful World, Where Are You? So as moving as some of Peter's lowest moments can get, it often feels like the book agrees with the stigma that it explores. Like, Peter feels like he is afflicted by how much he can't stop thinking of all kinds of disparate things, even though his shame is clearly the problem, and the book draws it to be the problem. Malvalent says the real ADHDer would not remember taking their meds. Facts. Yeah, where's his like elaborate like 7 alarm system? Grace Peterman says reminds me of Quentin in The Sound and the Fury, but not as good. Maddie says I can't decide how I feel about it. I do feel like that sometimes, I think. Yeah, and revisiting this piece before publishing it, I did get to thinking like, why do I think it is offensive that a character can't think in full sentences? Is that me thinking that that's how people are supposed to think? And so am I kind of fucking up here by finding that offensive? Um it it just within the tapestry of all the other decisions made in the book feels a little schlocky. But there are aspects of moments of it, like especially when he's in a shame spiral and like you hear just intrusive thoughts and stuff that then get cut off, or like he'll say something almost suicidal, but he won't finish the phrase, but you know what he's talking about, or self-hating too. It's well done. It's emotionally affecting, but like it also is just a weird. It feels a little weird. I don't know. I don't know. Birdie Bit says cool effect, feels exhausting and not recognizable though. Who has the executive function to manually direct themselves 24/7? None of us, and that's the problem, right? But yeah, Peter is a character who is white knuckling his way through life. Like he's constantly having these intrusive flashes, but he's like, I got to get to work, I got to write this brief, I got to do this thing, I got to keep my 2 girlfriends happy, I need to be normal, I need to yell at my brother, like I need to take care of my dad, blah blah blah. And so he's just full of stress and shame, which it do be like that sometimes. So I don't know, but I don't know. And again, I am maybe being a little bit of a white knight for ADHDers, since I'm not an ADHDer, and so I'm like I'm offended on y'all's behalf, and so maybe I'm doing too much. But like, yeah, yeah. Closet Demon says some of us do have to manually direct ourselves, and that's why our executive function is so bad. Yes, true things. One fictional work with an autistic lead that I love is Who's Lila, a 2022 horror game whose protagonist, William, cannot form emotional expressions. The player must drag William's face into expressions of happiness, fear, disgust, and anger throughout the game, and the accuracy of those faces determines the direction his conversations go in. For example, in order for William to convince his classmate, Ellie, to tell him where to find his friend Martha, he first has to greet her with a pleasant smile, and then when he's asking where Martha is, look concerned. And if he doesn't do those right emotions, she's going to be kind of suspicious of why he's even asking her where his friend is. So this is a screenshot from the game. The game always has William's face on the right-hand side because that is your game interface. Those are your controls for like conversations. And then on the left-hand side, you have him moving through three-dimensional space, which you also control. So he's in the classroom with Ellie, and it says you smiled, and there's a very weird smile on William's face. The lips have been turned up kind of to a very narrow smiley face with no teeth, and one eyelid is kind of down. The game kind of shows you what you need to do with a face for it to register as happiness, disgust, anger, fear, etc. And if you get it close enough, you'll still succeed. But you'll still have some pretty weird faces. Closet Demon says, this game is what I'm talking about. Everything is manual, and I feel that so hard. When William uses a facial expression that doesn't match the social situation he's in, other characters become suspicious, and sometimes even beat his ass. In the default difficulty setting for the game, William's face also twitches and moves involuntarily, and sometimes will flash with inappropriate seeming grins and frowns at certain key moments. I had to turn that off because there's a time limit on making faces in the game, and so if his face is already moving around independently while you're trying to, drag it into a smile or whatever, I just couldn't do it. But the dissonance between William's intentions and his social reception manages to be both creepy and devastating. And many an unempathic or alexithymic autistic player will place themselves in his shoes. So you do get a creepiness because sometimes he's grinning when people are talking about something really disturbing, or some other strange emotional flash. But it is never making William into the source of horror. It's his experience of, oh shit, I'm doing this weird thing. What's wrong with me? Why am I doing this? Are people going to catch me? Am I going to get in trouble? And so it mines the experience for horror more than the person. And I love that. William's disability is written into the game's functionality, literally the player controls. So it never really needs to be explained to the player or named explicitly as autism. Even a player with zero knowledge about neurodiversity can instantly grasp why Will's life is so difficult because they are living it, see how unfair and isolating his existence is, and understand why he's come to associate with some of the unsavory figures that are his friends in the game. So he is a lonely person in certain ways, but he does have friends. He has kind of multiple communities that he's a part of. But he also has like past trauma and loss, and is struggling with this disability that makes him kind of weird to be around in most people's eyes. And you live that, and you live the stress of masking in the game. In the game's most stressful moments, the player is scrambling to make William seem normal, but mostly failing, perfectly replicating the actual pressures of masking autism in real life. There is no dissonance between the text and the intended experience. What's sometimes called ludonarrative dissonance in gaming, where the story doesn't line up with the experience of playing. In this case, there's like no ludonarrative dissonance in this game. You panic when Will is panicking and wonder right alongside him whether there is something wrong in him that makes him smirk in the face of death. In the opening scene of the game, Will is many days into playing hooky from school, avoiding the answering machine and the pile of trash moldering in his kitchen, while he practices normal facial human expressions in the mirror. It is a sad portrait, but one that says a lot using relatively little. You get where he's at and how lonely and bleak it is, and the game also makes it about more than just him being autistic. Like there's a lot, like he's alone in this home. There's a lot going on with him. In Who's Lila, Will gets to be a multifaceted version of a disabled person. Unsettling, kind of pathetic, but also a dorky and lovable teenaged kid who forms crushes and lies to impress the cool kids, which like every kid does. His autism is an inextricable his autism is an inextricable part of him, and people's reflexive mistrust for him has shaped how his life has turned out. Like characters notice that he emotes weirdly and it affects how they treat him, and they talk about him, including his friends. Like they have to remind each other that like he might be weird but he's okay, you know. He is more than just autistic, and as the next section will explore, that is no small feat. So our next consideration is the character more than their autism? Let's catch up with the chat real quick first, though. Closet Demon says, this game is what I'm talking about. Everything is manual, and I felt that so hard. Already read that, sorry. Birdie Bit says, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I can sustain this mode for like 17 minutes max if I need to like lock in to leave the house or plate a meal. But then I am like catatonic after. Wow, I've been wondering a lot lately for a lot of reasons. Like, oh, is there any ADHD in here? You know, and like then I hear something like that, and I'm like, no, no, I'm always so on point, leaving and getting back into the house. Like my stress is executing the task list, but I'm gonna execute it. You know, like it's like only if something gets in the way. Like if somebody literally is getting in my way from me executing my list, that's a problem because it's annoying, but not because I'm gonna forget. Like I just constantly have the to-do list running in my mind. Um, which I guess some ADHDers they do that to like mask, like they just or they get by through sheer stressing themselves out all the time. But it happens even when I'm not yelling at myself, so I don't know. But that sounds so fucking exhausting. That sounds so fucking tough. I really subscribe to the Russ Barkley thought where like ADHDers have to spend more or have less fuel to run to use the executive functions. And when you run out of fuel, using them is no longer possible. I mean, that makes sense with needing stimulants and benefiting from stimulants, right? Um, yeah, it's something I just like. I keep like I'm surrounded by ADHDers, and I always want to understand the interior experience of it better. Um, and I always feel like there's so much I think in which like me having a lot of like anxiety and sometimes doing too much, like when you're in that state of overwhelm, it mimics certain ADHD experiences of executive dysfunction and overwhelm and stuff. Um, but it's different because it's not like just the default setting. It's just like the state in distress, which is really interesting. Um, but that's true for a lot of neurodivergences, right? That like I don't know, a really traumatized person can look more autistic even if they're not autistic because they're more overwhelmed by being around people all of a sudden because they don't feel safe. Is the character more than their autism? In Needle Lake, Ida is written to be a lonesome kid with a love of maps who bundles herself up tightly in blankets and hides in the closet to deal with stress. She is sheltered and inexperienced, even compared to her small town classmates. During a period of overwhelm, she loses speech and has to communicate through written notes. When she is in an unfamiliar environment, she becomes quiet and differential to people. She is deeply autistic, and that comes through in all that she does. But there is a whole lot more to Ida's character than her autism. She has another disability, a heart condition, which has meant that she can't play any sports and has to avoid exciting or stressful situations. This other disability has already clearly marked Ida as an other at school, and it sets her apart, which makes it harder for her neurodivergence to be detected. So she can't do a lot of normal kid stuff like go to a pep rally or play a sport. Like so many masked autistics, Ida is multiply marginalized, and that keeps people from showing much insight into her experience. Ida hasn't used any illicit drugs by the novel's start, but she's eager to try weed once she gets the chance, and settles easily into stoned relaxation. Like many an autistic girl who longs to be more popular, Ida is also willing to break rules. So she's not that stereotype of like a stick in the mud, rule abiding autistic. She looks the other way when her charming cousin Elna steals and lies, and regularly ignores her own curfew and her doctor's advice to go for brisk, secret dives into the book's titular lake. And that's long before Elna's influence. Later in the book, Ida has to learn to lie and steal herself. Here's a passage from the book. There was a small flashlight and a paper brochure for a cave kayaking tour with a phone number written on the front in blue pen. The name Erica scrawled above the digits. There were lemon cough drops and a loose black button. There was a $20 bill, too, which I discreetly folded up and pushed inside my sleeve. Any cash? She asked. No, I said. As a former autistic girl, quote unquote, who lied its way out of a shoplifting charge at age 16, I tip my hat at Champine for showing that disabled people can be rule violators that enjoy a frisson of danger. I haven't seen an autistic character get to be a bad girl since The Queen's Gambit, and Ida isn't even all that bad. She just has a desire to fit in and experience life to its fullest, and is complex enough to be able to justify some amoral behavior to herself. This is a link to an article I wrote for Medium in 2020, The Queen's Gambit and the Beautifully Messy Future of Autism on TV. This is the friend link, so you can read it for free on Medium. I really loved Queen's Gambit. And I like that Ida isn't either like a full-on evil autistic or sweet, saintly, rule-abiding teacher's pet autistic. She has elements of both, which is so possible and so common. Ida's biggest character flaws come from her being a lonely teen who wants to be cool, not from her being an autistic person with a hole in her heart. At the same time, Ida's autism colors the form of her rebellion. She can't be the popular, swindling Elna, who can manipulate everyone around her with the bat of a lash. Instead, Ida has to hitch her life to the coattails of someone more socially shrewd, like Elna, and take advantage of opportunities when she finds them. In these ways, Champine gives Ida both freedom to make decisions and realistic constraints. So she can be a character who's very passive and agreeable in certain moments, and that's part of how she masks. But then when a moment opens up that she can take advantage of and she can kind of sneak in and do some shit, she'll also take it. So she's a lot more naughty than people think she is. The people around her think she's like a very well-behaved student and person, but she's been lying and sneaking out of the house the whole time. So she does have her own kind of compass for what she thinks the world should be like and her life should be like that isn't what everybody else is telling her. It is this multifaceted flawedness that many of Rooney's characters are missing in Intermezzo. Ivan is an autistic character of a more stereotypical sort. He's blunt, uninterested in most socializing, inexpressive, and prodigious at chess. He's also thoughtlessly sexist and has forayed into the online alt-right and incel movements before the start of the plot. Yet Rooney also writes Ivan to be instantly, intuitively good at sex and able to silence his prejudices the moment he meets a woman who is into him. So he's an incel, but he also has fucked before, and then he has really great, like, tender, attentive, pussy-eating, like, loves pleasuring a woman sex the second he gets with Margaret. And even though Peter talks about Ivan having been, like, on Reddit and being an incel, and Ivan says a few sexist things to Peter about, like, women just trying to, like, get men's money and stuff like, or, like, things of that sort, you know, like, real, like, beta bucks kind of stuff. He never treats Margaret that way. He never treats anyone that way. You never see anything that he says to anyone else reflect, like, the incel mentality of the world. Like, he's not status obsessed. Again, make it make sense. Like, part of what's defining about Ivan is that he's not status obsessed and he doesn't care what people think of him. And yet he's also a part of this incel movement that is obsessed with status all the time and positioning yourself in terms of your looks and your body size and your wealth and all this shit, like, and your conformity to standards. And he's like such a proud nonconformist who doesn't worry about what other people think. So which is it? Like, it doesn't make sense. Maddie says about Ida, oh, I see. She got an innocent face and a dirty little mind. Shut the fuck up. That's so stupid. Girl with an innocent face and a dirty mind. This is a book about a girl with an innocent face and a dirty little mind. So annoying. You really got me with that one. It can be interesting when an autistic character shows some contradictions. For instance, when the stiff, monotone-voiced Abed from Community steps into a performing role and suddenly becomes a lovable, wise-cracking rogue, kind of a Harrison Ford character, it's an amusing surprise, and the viewer's appreciation for his abilities deepens. But Abed's switch-up is justified because we already know that he is obsessive about reenacting his favorite movies, and so it feels earned. It's a character. It's never contradictory to who he is. In Ivan's case, it feels as though his relational problems just become irrelevant the moment he gets a girlfriend. We're told he's awkward, we're told he's an incel, but we never see it. The collective narrative effect is that the incels are right, and autistic men are only ill-adjusted because they haven't gotten a woman to love and care for them. And that's obviously not what Sally Rooney believes. And that is obviously not what she's going for in this novel. But because she tells things that don't make sense together and never shows how all of those things could possibly be true at the same time, there's no way to make sense of what Ivan's doing otherwise. Ivan never gets to show any conflicted or even developed relationship to his own neurodivergence in the meantime. He simply exists, talented at chess and unbothered by other people's silly emotions. And the monotone unflappability that used to drive his brother Peter crazy gets to be exactly what his OCD having girlfriend Margaret needs to calm her down. Though he's one of the main characters, Ivan comes across as less of a character and more of an object of pure autistic determination that other characters kind of rotate around. Like I said, a force of nature. The ADHDer brother in Intermezzo, Peter, gets to have a richer relationship to his own neurotype and a many-layered personality with opposing drives that enrage even him. To outrun his kind of constant anxiety and constant inner monologue, he drinks, fucks, picks fights with his brother based on nothing, and contemplates exploding his life. He's an arrogant debate team winner, a successful lawyer who has always measured himself by his conventional success, but he's also suicidal about the fact that he can't attend to all of his relationships well enough. Though Ivan seems unrealistically detached from caring about what other people think, Peter cannot stop judging himself, his brother, and his own relationships based on whether or not they are normal. Peter is also kind of implied to be polyamorous, like identity-wise polyamory, like wired to be polyamorous. A trait Rooney handles with some much-needed compassion. Though it is perhaps a bit on the nose that the character who is dogged by his own ability to choose between romantic partners is the one with out-of-control ADHD. But I'll give it to her. Are more ADHDers polyamorous? Maybe, but I don't think that's why, you know? Though he can't understand why he keeps ping-ponging between his ex, Sylvia, and his younger girlfriend, Naomi, and indeed can't even accept himself enough to say that that's what he's doing, Peter is shocked to discover that both women in his life are completely fine with the arrangement. And that's a really moving part in the book. Like, both women know about each other. He has this ex, Sylvia, who he has a really close, emotionally intimate relationship with, but they don't have sex anymore. And the reason they don't have sex is for a very stupid reason, and that's she got in a car accident that broke her pussy. But she has no other health issues whatsoever, it seems, or like nothing severe. But she has a car accident that broke her pussy, and that means no sex is on the table for them ever, but she can jerk off. What happened? Who knows? And she's so ashamed of the fact her pussy doesn't work that she broke up with him. But he still loves her, and he still wants her. And eventually they have a few moments of like intimacy that are sexually charged. And he wants to be around her and to talk with her. Then he has this hot younger girlfriend, Naomi, who he has crazy sex with, and it's kind of a power dynamic, and she's kind of like his live-in submissive who just like takes these long, luxurious baths and talks with her friends on the phone all day while he's off doing lawyer shit. And he feels very conflicted about the fact that he's having this great hot sex with this younger woman and like how that makes him look, while he also loves Sylvia. And both women know about each other. He tells them about each other. They meet each other and get along fine. Like, they don't have a problem, but Peter the whole time is like so ashamed of himself for needing sex but still needing to be with Sylvia. And like, is he taking advantage of Naomi as like this younger person? Like, is he just using her for sex or not treating her seriously because she's so young and fun and has friends and parties and he's like a serious lawyer guy? Like, is he undervaluing her? And then is he failing to appreciate Sylvia enough because he loves her so much but they can't have sex anymore, so why does he still need sex? And he like hates himself for this stuff. And one of the big revelations in the book is like, dude, it's fine. Take the win. You have two women who are great, who care about you. What's the issue? Nobody's mad. And that's a really moving part because he's a character who's so driven by shame. Here's Peter and Sylvia talking through their non-monogamy. She goes on looking at him and says at last, well, maybe we could come to some kind of arrangement between the three of us. It's not unheard of. What do you suppose Naomi would think? He looks away, has to look away, in agony. His life, the widening black emptiness from which he has no escape. It's not realistic, he says. Things like that never work in real life. Maybe not in a conventional sense, she says, but maybe we're not in a conventional situation. Because she has a magical broken pussy. Which is such weird ableism, but we'll get into that later. By the end of the book, Rooney has managed to give Peter a true arc that bends toward self-acceptance. And it's really the emotional opening up of his relationships that makes this work and feel satisfying. We get to see how his shame and masking have shaped the man that he is, and then watch it slowly dawn on him that his true self can be loved, and has been loved this entire time. Like, that is a really cool moment where And like a relatable moment, a thing I think a lot of us struggle with, where like you're trying to hide so much of yourself, and then you realize the people that love you saw that self and loved it the whole time. And that all of your self-hatred was totally pointless and was not successful anyway. It's too bad that the novel's autistic character never gets to have such a developed inner life. Whose Lila gives Will a whole host of problems that have nothing to do with his being autistic. He's orphaned, for instance, and in his grief has been preyed upon by a local cult. Again, none of this stuff is spoilers. None of this stuff is like major plot points. It's stuff that either happens early or that is kind of character, like side plot stuff. Though his unusual facial expressions do make some people respond to him strangely, Will does have friends who invite him to parties and at least tolerate his awkwardness. When he and classmate Tanya Kennedy experience a spark of attraction, Will gets to be part of a love triangle straight out of any teen drama. Will is weird and autistic, sure, but just like Ivan, he gets bitches. He is able to socialize, find love, and navigate interpersonal conflict. And his tragic backstory is a bigger problem for him than his disability is. He's in a very vulnerable place, like he has no support system. But he does have friends, and they talk about and accept, until they don't, that he's different. This helps ensure that in the narrative, Will's strange expressions never make him into a monster. He is always written as just a guy afflicted with an unusual condition. And even the people around him can mostly understand that. Here's a screenshot from the game. It's a party scene on the left. People gathered in the living room, and then some people on kind of a stairwell above. And Tanya Kennedy, a classmate of Will's and his love interest, her face is shown on the right-hand side of the screen, and she says, "I don't think we've met before, right?" And this is a flashback to when they have met. Eventually, Will's neurodiversity becomes relevant to the plot, and it is in believable, nuanced ways. For example, a few classmates who are initially pretty understanding toward Will's lack of facial expressions turn on him once they have other reasons to think that he's dangerous. So Will's acceptance was conditional, and he faces a higher degree of scrutiny and worse consequences for failure than people who can emote the right ways effortlessly. That feels really realistic. That his friends would, in other scenes when they're talking about him before this happens, they're like, "Oh yeah, sure, he's a little bit awkward sometimes, but he's trying his best," and they invite him to things, they include him. They find him funny, they find him charming sometimes. However, he is still an other. He is still marginalized by this difference. And so once something else kind of goes shaky, they start talking about it and getting kind of paranoid and kind of collectively turn on Will. Once he's done a few things that his behavior and the circumstances seem suspicious. Will also recognizes that his orphanhood and autism make him more socially disposable. And that influences the choices that he makes. He's jokey and casual, but elusive with personal details. So when he talks with people, he knows that his background would kind of wig people out, that both of his parents are dead, so he doesn't talk about it. And he hedges his social bets by staying connected to his culty church and fair weather friends without letting them know about one another. So he has kind of a double life because he knows that he needs to hold on to whatever belonging he can find, and that some of his ways of coping would weird the other groups out. Will knows that he's been one wrong step away from exclusion all along, but masks as more at ease than he actually is. Like he tries to act like a normal, chill teen. And a lot of autism masking works like that, pretending to be less aware of one's socially precarious position than one actually is. You can't act like a wet cat too much because then people will want to dump even more water on you. And acting like you're not terrified is a huge part of masking. It's quite brilliant that the writers of this game grasped that. And I think in this we see something that a lot of marginalized people experience, that like if you're the one black friend in the friend group, like you have so much work that you have to do to make all the white people around you feel at ease and act like you're not offended by things, that you're not worried about things, that you're easy to be around. When people project their own anxieties about how you see them onto you, you have to like manage all that stuff, and it's just like it's so much emotional labor that goes into that masking. If you're the one queer person, if you're the one girl in the group, like there's a lot of ways. It's the tenor of it is different and the risks are different for different groups. But a lot of marginalized groups, when they're kind of singled out in that way, they know that they have to be easier to be around than everyone else, because as much as people around them are saying, we see you just like everyone else, we want to think of ourselves as accepting and understanding. You are more disposable, but you can't let people know that you know that, because then they'll lash out at you. Um, and that happens so much in workplaces, in friend groups, in any kind of like really like neuro-conforming, like white supremacist kind of majority, where not only do you need to like behave correctly, you also can't make anybody else feel bad about the fact that you have to behave correctly. And the game does that really fucking well. Will reads as an autistic person with a whole life. He's got different friend groups. He's got different shit going on. It's nice. Ida in Needle Lake gets to be really layered and historied as an autistic character, too. By the end of the novel, we have learned about a family secret that has shaped everything about Ida's living situation and relationships. And while her autism has absolutely interacted with her life experiences, none of it has happened because she has a disability alone. And a lot of the stuff that happens in Ida's backstory is something that I've not touched on at all here, so it's not spoilers. It is so rewarding when you can tell as a reader that there's a detailed backstory to a character and their world that the author knows but will only tell you so much about. As I try to tell myself when I get down on how slow the novel progress is, the first time you write something, you're telling the story to yourself. And sometimes you, as the writer, know a ton about what's happening in the story that you don't show the reader, but it still shapes things. And it's just so nice when something has a real world building behind it. And it is far too rare for autistic characters to get to have a depth that invites rereading and analyzing. It's also rare for neurodivergent characters to be depicted in relationship to a variety of other neurodivergent people, even though in our actual lives we are surrounded by other disabled folks a majority of the time. And that's just one more way in which our three texts diverge. So the next section is called, Are There Other Neurodivergent Characters? But before I read that out loud, I'm gonna catch up with the chat, and I'm gonna rehydrate myself and put on a Chris Fleming video while we do that. Sound good? Let's see what I missed. Talking about ADHD function. Darth Zacharick says, I've never met an autistic person who didn't have ADHD yet. True. Even calling them separate things is probably not accurate, right? Like how we conceptualize these things and draw these boundaries is fucked. Synecdoche says, most of the time my ADHD makes me feel aimless and slow. Vivans made me view the world more the way Peter does in the passage you showed before, and I hated it so much and found it super overwhelming. That's interesting. The slow, aimless feeling that you're describing, that is sometimes what like depression feels like for me, or like this like kind of dissociation that happens when there aren't. I like solitude, but like I don't like living in complete solitude. Like if I want to work on something, I want to be alone. But like if there's nobody around in my life to notice whether I'm like eating and sleeping and keeping a schedule, I feel kind of aimless and slow in like a self-neglecting kind of way. Not in a I can't do anything way, but like I don't care kind of way. So it's not quite how ADHDers that I know describe it, because I can do the thing. I just kind of like sometimes like not doing the thing, or like depression is kind of just like this kind of a fog of detachment from the world, like not believing anything matters, which like that's what a lot of executive functioning is, right? Like that's definitely what executive functioning issues look like in depression, sometimes in burnout and like PTSD for some people, and I think ADHDers too. I mean, like, yeah, a lot of ADHDers describe it that way too. But it's interesting to hear that taking an ADHD med made you experience more of like the random flashes kind of thing. I would have thought, you know, when people say they take ADHD meds, they're like, shoop, things get a little bit more like possible to like pay attention to and tune into. So that's so interesting. Night Owl says, my autism makes an amazing to-do list and ADHD just laughs at the list. That is often how I've heard ADHDers explain the two things happening in tandem, like personifying it as different people. Plurality, perhaps. Birdie Bits says, I'm not on stimulants either, so grain of salt. I hear stimulants are a much different experience. Male Valen says, there are so many more normal reasons for a woman to not be able to do vaginal penetration. For example, vaginismus. Yeah. So silly. I don't know why they put her in a pussy-breaking car accident. I truly do not. What, like, did a piece of rebar go through her pussy but injure nothing else? What happened? And why is it such a big deal that she can't have sex in the pussy? Like, if the book is all about interrogating what's normal and saying that you don't have to align with that, why is the book also so hung up on having one type of normal straight sex? So much so that Sylvia and Peter feel like they can't have a sexual relationship at all because she can't do vaginal penetration. Like the book really almost buys into this idea that Peter needs vaginal penetration and Sylvia feels incomplete because she can't give that to him. So even at a point in the book where they are kind of able to be sensual together and like jerk off together basically, and so they have this close intimate moment, Sylvia is still like, we can't be together, I'm incomplete as a person. Like she doesn't date, she like acts like a nun, you know, she's just alone in her office all the time, like, and she acts like a part of her life is over because her pussy don't work. And Peter doesn't want her to think that way, but the book arrives at Peter also needs to have hot sex with a 19-year-old or a 22-year-old in order to be complete, and he can get different things from different aspects of his relationship with these women. That like Naomi isn't smart enough and deep enough to get Peter, but Sylvia has a broken pussy, so that he needs to date both of them. It's weird. It's really weird, and it's weird because the rest of that relationship arc is written so tenderly, with both women loving Peter how he is, wanting to get along, not being competitive with each other, and like accepting themselves in the relationship for what it is. It's like very sweet. But then like what? So then why is it a broken pussy? Couldn't he and Sylvia just have had like bed death? Like what on earth? Closet Demon says, I don't know. I don't think I have ADHD because a lot of my stuff is more plural or psychosis related. Though I don't know. It's hard when you have so many things going on to know what is caused by what. Yeah, and even trying to separate those things is an artificial thing, right? Like it's only because of like psychiatric hegemony that we even think of those things as those like, it's not like those categories are real, you know. It's like what story is the most useful to tell about your experience, and really separating those things into such different buckets is not true to the reality of most neurodivergent people. Most people have multiple things going on, or we could say these categories that get called diagnoses don't make sense as separate diagnoses because they cluster so much around the same shit. Like it's just like it's just a faulty framework that we're having to work with, you know. Authenticism says I'm behind on the stream, but did want to appreciate whoever called out the Faulknerian writing. Oh, Synecdoche says they were self-medicating for dissociative identity symptoms with the Vyvanse. Makes sense. Hannah says, I thought I had ADHD and it was hypothyroidism. Bought some T3, self-medicated, and now I'm feeling so much better. Yeah. And I have some friends who have both ADHD and hypothyroid. So when things are not working, they're so low energy, and it's really hard, and they can feel really feral and sometimes feel embarrassed about themselves for not getting enough done. And it's like, no, you're freezing cold and tired all the time. And I do worry about how many people are just getting by taking a ton of stimulants every day when that's just the most logical solution to working under capitalism. And the stimulants make it easier for them to get through the day. And so then they go, well, I must have ADHD. And they might, functionally, they do. But what else is going on with them? You know, could it be something like that, or depression? Or I know when I'm really overwhelmed, it looks more like ADHD. And when I'm not, I don't. Grace Peterman says Faulkner's Quentin was like a big gender brain moment of seeing myself, and just overall Faulkner's brain at times. I do really like his writing style. There's some stream of consciousness stuff that is really great. Closet Demon says, I suppose ADHD does tell my story very accurately. Yeah, that, I feel like autism isn't real, right? Like that is a construct people have made up for a real observation of certain types of people and types of experiences. Like, it's very core to my identity, and it's very crucial to understanding me. And also, it's a story. Same thing. I've talked about this before with being trans. I have all these experiences that I could have understood maybe a different way at a different time. But trans kind of tells the story well enough. Night Owl, sex is not only P and V. So that seems like a pretty narrow view of intimacy. Exactly. It's, again, so straight. Like, our relationship has to end because you can't fuck my vagina. Annika says, I'm questioning if I have ADHD or if it's psychosis. Is executive function just avolition? Is racing brain just hearing voices? Antipsychotics have really quieted my brain. It's so complicated, and there is no true answer for a lot of this stuff for people. So it's like, what combo of strategies work the best? And sometimes that's all you can know. Okay, I am going to get some water. And I probably typed YouTube wrong because I can't see my screen here. Oh no, I actually did. I'm gonna put up something that that Sasha put in the Discord. It's another Chris Fleming video about Joanne Fabrics and Michaels, because I know a lot of y'all are crafters, and this bit is so funny. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go get some water. I'm gonna go reheat my coffee, and then we'll dive into the final act of this essay. So everybody take a little bio break should you need it. And if not, let the dulcet tones of Chris Fleming regale you.
This is for all the crafting honeys in the house. Joanne Fabrics is now Michael's. I don't want Michael, I want Joanne. I don't want Michael, I want Joanne. I don't want Michael's scruff kissing me goodnight. I don't want Michael's Heineken breath. When Michael's lips up my jacket, he gets some skin stuck in the zipper each time. Joanne would never, cause she knows where my body begins and ends. Michael's is bullshit. It's for the casual crafter. Joanne was for those who live and die by school. Michael's business was from the glue. At Joanne you can buy a machine. The gals who fell to Joanne every day, oh, they were soldiers of craft. They had enough yarn to go to the moon and back. I can't prove it, but I think there was a brief time in 2017 where you could buy live chickens at Joanne. Chris, what were you doing spending so much time at Joanne Fabric? That's none of your fucking business, and that was the whole point. No questions asked. Never, oh, what are you making? It was very libertarian. At Joanne, you could do assisted suicide. I said, you're best surrounded by loved ones at Joanne Fabric. The crafters would never ask each other what they were making. They were just ocean to each other like the cast of the sting. It comes as no surprise that they went under because their football system was so chaotic. If you got the Joanne app, it would be like 400% off anything. Michaels will still be Joe.
So fucking good. So fucking good. Oh my god. Oh, I love it so much. Slay. Oh, it looks like some of my chat messages didn't show up. Let me double check here. Well, maybe I won't be able to do it since I don't have it pulled up here. Are my settings just on the top chats rather than, yeah, I'm on top fill all messages. Show every message. I wish it would show every message. That's what I want. Oh boy. Night Owl says, I mean, I guess that's what Compet makes women believe and internalize about their sexual inadequacy if they can't deliver exactly what their partner wants. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. But it's weird because the book is all about like interrogating what's normal and rejecting it. And Sylvie does that with polyamory. Like she is very happy to tell Peter like I don't need monogamy from you. I don't expect you to like experience desire and love in this one way. So then why does she think that about her own pussy? Like obviously it's easier to accept other people than to accept yourself. But the book puts so much care into getting Peter over that finish line into self-acceptance, and it never gives her that, or even thinks about it. And that ends up being a little sexist. And she's not the POV character, can only do so much in one book, but the effect overall is a little weird there to do that. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's so annoying that Top Chat is the default, but I just changed it. And it only hides a few things, so I don't know. All right, let's dive back into the piece. I love you, Chris Fleming. And I miss a Joanne Fabric. Hello, Grand Craft. We are talking about multiple books. One of them is Justine Champine's novel, thriller, Needle Lake, and Sally Rooney's novel from 2024, Intermezzo. And then we're also talking about the video game Who's Lila. But we can also talk about fucking anything in terms of neurodivergent representation in books. Are there other neurodivergent characters? As we've all increasingly come to learn, neurodiversity isn't all that rare. The average person will meet a whole cast of autistics, ADHDers, BPDers, NPDers, depressives, anxious people, OCDers, schizophrenics, bipolar folks, PTSDers, and more in their lives. And statistically, a near majority of people will go on to experience mental disability of some kind in their lives. Neurodivergent people ourselves tend to have social lives that are dominated by other disabled people. We easily find and get along with one another, lurking on the margins of every social space that would rather not have us, and speaking a common language of coping and alienation. Yet for all that neurodivergent people travel in packs, there's usually only one of us in any work of fictional media. Even when an author puts care into depicting us accurately, we're still often sidelined as the very special lesson, the joke character, or the pitiable villain. It is a real test of a neurodivergent representation, then, to see how an author shows us in interaction with one another. Whether they choose to populate their worlds with multiple neurodivergent people, and if they've considered how our traits and traumas might bristle against one another in all kinds of interesting ways. I forgot why Maddie would be saying everyone needs to explore their butt now. Hanukkah says free the butt. And more means butt explorers, by the way. And this, of course, is a response to Sylvia in Intermezzo, thinking her broken pussy means it's the end of her life and her relationships. Yeah. Yes, free the butt. She should peg him. She should be milking Peter's prostate. Though I'd hate to see him get over like the internalized like homophobia and shit. that he probably has also. It is in this area that Justine Champine's Needle Lake shows some real intentionality, but occasionally frustrates. There are other characters in the novel that can be argued to be neurodivergent beyond Ida, but how much Champine wants the reader to clock this isn't quite so clear. There are multiple characters in the book who are addicts, for example, but the novel doesn't take much time to consider their interiority or that their substance use is a form of neurodiversity all to its own. We see how other characters feel disgusted by them or frightened of them, which certainly is true to real-life reactions to addicted people, but Champine doesn't pause on this for enough time to generate reader skepticism. It's kind of just taken for a given. And again, some of this makes sense. Ida's a young teenager. She might be kind of freaked out by what feels like seedy situations or addicts. But we also get to see that she, as a autistic teen, is very eagerly a substance user. As soon as she gets her hand on weed, she really likes it and wants more of it, and it's very therapeutic to her. So it's a little frustrating that the book doesn't consider that people reach for substances for a bunch of different reasons and that might be part of it. And maybe there's some of that lurking in Champine's thinking, but we never really get to see any of the addict characters have any neurodivergence that might be a factor there that the book really sits with and contemplates. And so that's a little frustrating, or even that that's thought of as a neurodivergence itself. Just a little bit more time would be really nice. Ida doesn't see any relationship between herself as a different kid and these heavy drug users around her. And the drug users don't get to speak up much for themselves. And so any potential reflection about mental health stigma that unites them just never happens. Needle Lake is a really short book with a really tightly paced second half, so it doesn't make room for everything, and that's fine. But I think it would have been really nice to see a character as curious as Ida show a little more interest in the other people around her who, like her, have to worry about being viewed as strange failures. There is also the case of Ida's mother, a somewhat cold, practical figure who has fairly rigid expectations for her daughter, and just might be a heavily masked autistic woman herself. The more openly autistic Ida's behavior is, the more her mother is visibly put off by her, creating a distance between them that allows much of the plot to unwind as it does. Ida's mother also has an analytical, laser-focused quality to her that suggests she is something other than an oblivious neurotypical. She seems to have her own system for making it by and expects Ida to follow it too. So she's like a very reliable, providing parent. She runs this store. She's taking care of her daughter on her own through all of these physical illnesses in a small town, and she runs her shop, but she's very regimented in how she does it, and she really needs things to kind of work a certain way, and is a little bit put off when Ida gets a little bit too weird with her or doesn't follow the rules. And that feels very like masked autistic parent with an autistic kid, and being uncomfortable with that kid's autism. But it's kind of hard to know how intentional that is as a autism masking in families thing or not. Just a little bit more would have been nice. As much as I've been praising works that aren't too on the nose, sometimes you do need to like have a nose. You need to like kind of just give us a little something to see. This is a pretty common relationship dynamic in masked autistic families. An older relative who never found acceptance as themselves often finds it difficult to accept their more openly weird, quote-unquote, embarrassing autistic kid, and might even envy them for the freedoms they have. I don't know if Champine's intentionally hinting at this, or if I'm reading too much into a character who is kind of emotionally uninvolved in her daughter's life, like present and providing, but not very emotionally attentive, and not a super detailed character. Like the mom is a little bit distant. I wish we had gotten just a hair more from her. But it sure would have been nice to see Ida and her mother reflecting on their relationship a bit more. At a few moments, the book comes close to considering how neurodivergence is passed along in families, because there are multiple characters who are related in the extended family of all of them that there's definitely stuff going on. There's a common family history of neurodivergence. But the book never really finds the real estate to get into what that might mean, which is a shame given how much the novel focuses, especially in its later half, on uncovering an untold family history. There is one final character in Needle Lake who is discussed as neurodivergent, but they're a bit hard to talk about, and I'll be vague here to prevent spoilers. This character is shown to be an effective abuser with a history that meets a lot of the criteria for some kind of psychiatric diagnosis. Most likely an antisocial personality disorder kind of character. The novel writes this character to be straight up evil and gives them an ending that's almost Disney villain level cartoonish. But Champine also carefully mentions that when they were assessed by a professional, this character was found to be within the normal subclinical range of behavior. So this character does stuff and has a history and has a family history that's very, like, they're setting this character up for you to think that they have antisocial personality disorder or some kind of personality disorder, evil person disorder. And they do evil stuff. Inexplicably, just selfishly evil stuff. But not even self-serving, just like kind of off the rails evil and destructive. But then the book also is like, well, we looked at this character and they were assessed and they don't have a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder. It's not clear what Champine is trying to convey here. Is she contrasting the autistic and well-intentioned Ida with a more easily demonizable, unempathic neurodivergent person? Good autism and evil antisocial? Or is this villain, since they are normal, meant to be the face of neurotypicality? Selfish, self-serving, effective at manipulating people, only thinking about things in terms of social position and doing well for oneself. Is that supposed to be an evil neurotypical who's like a little antisocial? Is the takeaway that normal people are the ones who are crazy? Or that normality is kind of antisocial? Maybe there's just not enough in the book to tell, because it happens like the final half of the book speeds through the plot really quickly and gives you this heightened evil character and then dispenses with them. So what are we supposed to make of them? It's obvious that by having Ida preyed upon by this character, Champine is showing how neurodivergent young women are susceptible to manipulation and abuse. But since the novel's main antagonist is so simplistically evil, and written to be both vaguely sociopathic and undiagnosed or undiagnosable, it's not really clear what the novel's philosophy is toward forms of neurodivergence that are scarier and more stigmatized than autism. And I think this is a fair question to ask, because a lot of works that support autistic people don't support other more stigmatized neurodivergent groups. As someone who rides hard for the narcissists, borderlines, and people without empathy, I'd prefer not to see evil chalked up to a person's mental health status. I don't expect ideological perfection in art. Hell, I don't even like for my art to have a clear-cut message, but it is a bit tonally strange for a book that depicts autism with such nuance to give addicts and sociopaths so little. I think the main conflict in the book could have come from somewhere more interesting than that. I think if it had really drilled into the tensions of masking, or just like the differences in Ida's approach to the world versus, say, her cousin Elna, who's like very charming, and just gone for that on a pretty like textual level. Like those are real conflicts that happen all the time. Like I would have loved to have seen Ida and Elna working together to solve the murder that they kind of try to figure out in their town, and Elna having one really kind of charming neurotypical approach, or like at least like socially conforming approach to doing that, and Ida having her own weird autistic way to it, and them kind of figuring that out, coming into conflict, maybe being opposed to each other at some point and how they handle it. That could have been really interesting. You could have had a deeper conflict between Ida and her mom, because Ida is figuring out her own way of doing things. Like she's already learning at the start of the book that it's helpful for her to break certain rules, that she's been told she's not allowed to exercise, but she really needs this alone time swimming at the lake. She's been told to not do exciting things, but she has a real hunger to get out in the world. And like part of her interest in maps could maybe be about an interest in traveling and learning more about the world. And the book kind of does hint at that. But that there could have been a really interesting tension there between her and her mom that was like developed out more, especially since later on in the book you get to meet other characters. You meet other parts of the family. And so there could have been some really cool stuff there about different neurodivergences in the same family, different ways of coping with neurodivergence and judgment in the same family, and like conflict that was like never demonizing anybody or never just using like, I'm just going to pull out a stock villain character and make that a part of the story. And that would have been cool. Authenticism says would have been interesting to have a character who didn't know she was autistic until after substance abuse and acquired brain injury changes from that, like me. Many such cases, right? Yes, like it would have been really cool if one of the addict characters, and there's one where this I think would have really made sense. You see them maybe at this low point of addiction, but then they maybe through meeting Ida and getting to know Ida realize, wait a second, you have all these sensory issues, you have all these social issues and masking, and you're trying to be this fun, cool girl. You are like a prototype of the person I am, that you are showing me at the beginning of that path of becoming an addict. And now that I can see that, I can maybe choose something different. That would have been really cool. That's not the book that Justine wrote, but I think she's a really capable writer and wrote a really good thriller. And I think it'd be cool to kind of get into some of those nuances or something like that. This image here is a photo of a mountain and a bunch of evergreen trees, and then the mountain is reflected in a very still, crystal clear lake. And this is in Washington State, and that is where Needle Lake is set, is in a kind of mountain lakeside town in Washington State. Thanks for being here, Closet Demon. See y'all in the Piscord. I've already talked at length about how Sally Rooney considers autism alongside ADHD and moral OCD in Intermezzo. Perhaps what is most frustrating is how cleanly she attempts to separate these categories from one another. Each neurodivergent character in the book is given their own unique narrative style, which is one of Rooney's primary tools for illustrating what their disability is like to live with. ADHD or Peter's chapters flit impressionistically from topic to topic. Moral OCD or Margaret's are filled with agonized worrying about what a terrible person she is and failed attempts at justifying herself. Autistic Ivan is flat and matter-of-fact with occasional bursts of rage, though we rarely get inside his head. In fact, his chapters are actually Margaret chapters. And we can talk a little bit about how weird that choice is. That ADHD or Peter, his chapters are about the inside of his head. Even though it is narrating what he's doing, it's showing you how he experiences the world. Ivan's chapters are also Margaret chapters. She is the one narrating them, and she's narrating this like charming autistic determinator that she's met who makes her feel so calm and wonderful while she hates herself so much. And so you get, again, this distance from Ivan where he is not as fully humanized as the way these two characters get to be, because you see inside their head. And that's a weird choice, to take a character who has this disability that we get told makes someone unempathic, and the novel itself doesn't empathize with him. It empathizes with people who meet him or deal with him or love him or hate him. You get more about Ivan from Peter and from Margaret than you get from Ivan himself. It's as though these disabilities give the characters distinct operating systems that determine how they experience the world. So what would Rooney make of the fact that it's quite common for ADHD, autism, and OCD to all go together? That the boundaries between these categories are actually incredibly shaky, and most neurodivergent folks could qualify for any one of them or all three diagnoses, depending on the day. This is all stuff we were just talking about in the chat. That many neurodivergent people obsessively catalog and condemn their every perceived failure in an attempt to beat themselves into a socially acceptable shape. So that very shame that Peter has could look like the moral OCD that Margaret has. Perhaps Rooney has contended with all of this, and I just can't see it. Many fans of the book have said that Intermezzo is a book all about overanalysis and obsession. And this is a review on Reddit, or like a conversation about it, that's pretty interesting. Peter fixates on the normality of himself and other people to a fault. But it's implied throughout the book that Peter is, in fact, not normal, just as he fears, and will only get better once he's able to accept it. It's that running toward the normal and beating himself up for being abnormal that makes him suicidal. But does Rooney's writing reject that there are, any normal people? The title of another one of her books. I've read all of her novels and I still cannot tell. I think she would say that there are no normal people. She's a pretty radical writer. She's very fervently pro-Palestine. She's really taken career risks and lost things and legal risks by being fervently pro-Palestine. She's about it. Like, she has good politics. But that does not necessarily mean having interrogated a lot of neurodivergent stuff or neurodiversity stuff. Personally, I think that if a narrative is going to seriously consider the spread of neurodiversity, the full spread and diversity of it, it cannot treat its characters like archetypes of disorder labels. And so while I think what Rooney is aspiring to do with Intermezzo is interesting and has some emotionally affecting moments, it winds up reducing its leads to the disorders that they have, and then it does those disorders a disservice. In a novel that's all about internalized shame, it's unusual for the lonesome autistic character to harbor almost zero self-doubt. Rooney can understand how her ADHD character feels conflicted and goes to great lengths to hide what's different in himself. But almost every autistic person feels that way too. Most adult autistics are profoundly suicidal, and a huge number of them have ADHD too. We can't really contrast the ADHD personality type and the autistic personality type. There is no single type, and they overlap. And if we tried to, we certainly wouldn't conclude that the autistic one harbored less neurosis or shame. If Rooney had managed to infuse the book with a variety of neurodivergent perspectives, Ivan's almost superhuman self-acceptance would not feel like a problem. But instead of featuring a whole cast of interacting neurodivergent people, Intermezzo gives us 3 tokens of specific disorders, and neither the reader nor the characters get to find much commonality between them. They are treated as separate types. There are some great arguments between Peter and Ivan that feel authentic to fraught, mixed neurotype familial relationships. But outside of these really great clashes, the characters are so atomized from one another. They're put on display in their chapters for the reader's observation rather than living in relation to one another. So you get a Margaret chapter and you are just in Margaret's head and you're in Margaret's life and a little bit of Margaret and her dates with Ivan. And that's all you get. And then you go to Peter and Peter's in a completely different city and you get Peter with his 2 girlfriends interacting with them. And occasionally you have him texting with Ivan because they're fighting, and you have him thinking about the past and thinking about Ivan, but you don't actually see much interacting with anybody from that other world. And then you switch back to a Margaret chapter and you see what Ivan's doing, mostly. Every now and then you get some external Ivan narration. But then it'll be like Ivan like at their dad's house in a completely separate town. And there's only a few scenes at all where the characters meet each other or interact. There's like one scene where Peter meets Margaret. There's like 1 or 2 scenes where Sylvia and Naomi meet. There's like 1 or 2 scenes where Peter and Ivan are talking in real time to each other and having this really electric fight. Otherwise, you just get thoughts about each other and texts. Again, that's true to life for a lot of people. But if we're really talking about like the grit and the interesting interplay of neurodiversity, I want to see the characters interact. There's something that Sally Rooney gets really well about like a mind in isolation, which is why I think she understands the autistic experience. Like, she writes these really isolated, locked-in characters. But bringing them together can be a challenge for her. It can lead to some really electric moments, but she's so spare with it. I want to. But most of the time, you don't see the characters really like all together until like the last like 10% of the book. Like that's true for Beautiful World. Where are you as well? It's mostly like letters between characters rather than being in the room. Here is a stock photo from Unsplash of two knights in chess in a chessboard, a white and a black knight facing each other. The horsies. Whose Lila is, I think, the most sophisticated of all three works when it comes to showing how various neurodivergences can intersect, both within a single person and in relationships. I won't spoil the game, but I can say it's heavily implied that beyond the autism that's been a feature of his life forever, William goes on to develop some other experience of selfhood that could be mystical, symbolic, or psychiatric, depending on how you interpret it. And the game deliberately is suggesting that it's something other than like just a mental health episode. Like it looks like a mental health episode, but the game has built a world and operates by rules such that you are not supposed to just think, "Oh, he's gone crazy and this is why things are happening." It feels like a psychiatric episode, but there's other things kind of happening in the world that are palpable that explain that it's not just that. Refreshingly, this never feels like mental illness is being used as a schlocky narrative device or making Will like a worse person or a worse character. Like it's a lot of the major conflict and like violence in the game is not enacted by William, and that's kind of important. The character Will is just going through something intense that knocks his identity loose from the universe. Like this game is very existential. Like his psychology is being kind of removed from the place and moment in the universe where he was for the majority of the game. And of course, his unstuckness from reality deepens the alienation he already felt as this autistic person who can't emote. William has never understood the rules that guide normal human behavior, and his loneliness has primed him to be interested in finding alternate worlds and alternate selves that he could step inside of. Though I will say, the game does take pains to say that like William he can feel things for other people too. Like he does have feelings, he just looks like he doesn't. And that's an important nuance too. Multiple characters in the game have a confused relationship to identity. There are doubles, lookalikes, and body-swapped personas. There's gender-bent versions of characters, and you're not sure if they're real or a hallucination or a symbol, or if it's just a coincidence that one character kind of looks like a gender-swapped version of another character. Each of them representing a person who feels detached from the mask they present to the world, or who questions the nature of their reality. And some of them are very heavily written in the game to be not the person that you see in the world, that they come from some other kind of metaphysical space, and they are just inhabiting a form temporarily in order to be a part of the physical world. Tanya is initially drawn to Will because he can see through her popular girl surface and recognize her darkness. Tanya herself bears an uncanny likeness to the game's titular Lila, a mythological and reality-bending figure that it would be a massive spoiler to even try to explain. So here is a screenshot of the game with Lila and Tanya. They look very similar, but they do have different character images, and Will interacts with both of them in very different contexts. And there's a lot in this game that is really intentionally trippy and again reality bending. It's very philosophical about the nature of reality and identity, and so that alone is just really sweet to chew on. And it kind of gets to something that Annika Trans Peaks has written about a lot and talked about a lot, psychosis as a way of reaching a different wisdom about the universe. That when you experience things psychotically, if you experience delusions or paranoia or detachment from reality or hallucinations, you're not just losing your grip on reality, right? Like the reality that we live in is also constructed and limiting. And so seeing things from a different way can give you a different perspective and give you a different access to truth. And that's why people take psychedelics. Um, Rose from Psychosis Positivity on Instagram talks about how we demonize people who have psychotic experiences. And Annika has also since said very similar things too. But where I first heard from was Rose a few years ago. That Rose Parker, I think is her name. Rich, sane people spend thousands of dollars going out to Burning Man and doing psychedelics for a taste of what people with psychosis can do for free. And one of those things is considered a profound philosophical experience of empathizing with the universe and opening your mind. And the other is seen as scary and dangerous and not to be trusted. One thing is seen as spiritual, and the other is seen as corrupting. And it's really fucked up that we look at psychosis in that way. So the game gets into that too. Grace Peterman says, dang, this game sounds incredible. It is. It owns. And if you find it challenging, you can also watch Flawed Peacock, Who's Lila's, his video on Who's Lila. It's long as fuck. 7 hours. I love this channel. A lot of my streams are influenced by his format of speaking about things. His videos are actually edited, unlike mine, and he has skits and music, and they're incredible. So the comparison is shortchanging him because he does incredible YouTube work, and I'm very messy. However, like he's been a huge inspiration to how I talk about things. Like it's very professorial in a very inviting way. Like it's like being in a fascinating seminar class where you're not being told what to think about the work, but you're just given little kernels of like, here's the elements of plurality in this game. Here are the elements of neurodivergence in this game. Here are the elements of like existential horror in this game, and let's think about it and what it could mean. Who's Lila? The indie Lynchian masterpiece story explained from Flawed Peacock. So either play this game, and you might need a guide because to get through the game, you need to basically get every ending, which are like tarot cards. You have to get every tarot card, and then you get some additional dialogue and facts about the game. Or if you don't have it and you need to play the game, sit down with Mr. Flawed Peacock, who I adore. Love him, love his work, want to be friends with him so bad. But he's very offline, which is beautiful. If you can't play the game, watch this video because it fucking slays. There really isn't a character in Who's Lila who isn't disturbed. Will's classmates have explosive rage issues, easily exploited insecurities, and powerful death drives, like so many teenagers do in the real world. All of the cultists harbor delusional beliefs they're willing to defend with violence and possibly even die for. One character is convinced that he's God and might even be right. Almost everyone is impoverished and traumatized, which only heightens their desperation. They're in desperate circumstances. As the player, you get pulled into Who's Lila's crazy-making universe. The game is literally designed to be a cognito hazard that puts ideas into your mind that can't be taken out. And I can't spoil that, but basically there's aspects of the game that once you become aware of something, you can't stop thinking about it because you can't have a brain that doesn't have that ability to think about it anymore. And so it changes you. And it has tulpas, it has all kinds of fun stuff. Yet the game never minds mental illness for horror. It's never like, look at all these crazy people. It's because they're crazy that all this violent, fucked up stuff is happening. It's more of like a crap sack world, if you've ever been on TV tropes, like a bad, hard, comically shitty world that breaks them down, and then they do weird shit because they're broken down, and things get worse. You know, it feels more realistic. If at first the player found Will to be out of touch and creepy, by the end they can see that he has a better understanding than anyone who is trying to be functional in his awful crapsack world. That's a link to the TV Tropes article on Crapsack World. Really good. Though the game mechanic of controlling Will's face creates a lot of body horror moments, and Will himself gets involved in some seriously disturbing situations, Who's Lila never implies that mental illness makes a person dangerous. The characters are victims of extreme circumstances of psychological terror, but they always get to make decisions about how they will cope with the reality they've been thrown into. And the game doesn't condemn their choices. Nobody is a straightforward villain in Who's Lila. And nobody is considered too unwell to be listened to. It is a marvel especially in a genre like horror where neurodiversity is rarely treated respectfully. Here's a stock photo of a book laid open with the pages turning and two stacks of books behind it. Let me catch up with the chat real quick. I'm glad I'm selling people on this game because if I want you to do one thing, I want you to play Who's Lila. Grace Peterson says, dang, this game sounds incredible. It truly is. Annika says, Sasha and I were talking about getting to a place where you can see your delusions neutrally and do dream analysis on them. Deep dive and suss out what they are trying to tell you. That makes so much sense to me, that it can be done and is possible. And I've heard that from Rose and other people. Another mention of Quentin in some of Faulkner's writing. Annika says, I got to play this game. Oh, please do. Please send me some voice threads. Play it. And just, or like, since I've already played it, I can't stream it and experience it cold, which is really what got me there. Like, for those who have played the game, the like film strip metaphor, or Lila's monologue about the prince, and what is the prince, and like the light mistaking itself for the film strip that it's being passed through. That changed my way of thinking about selfhood so radically that like we all are just this inner light of the universe expressing itself through one limited piece of the universe, and then the piece of the universe mistakes itself for who it is when really it's like the universe as a whole, like the everything and the nothing. Like we are all the everything and the nothing of the universe, just being pushed through a small filter that is our bodies, our physical reality, our selfhood. And that none of that is us. And like, how do you define what is you? There's nothing you can grab onto and actually say, this is me. Being a fan of this show is me. What if you're not a fan of it anymore? There was a time when you weren't a fan of it. Being me is this personality trait. Will you always have it? You don't know. You know, like, oh, it's so existential. It's so trippy. Get into it. Grace Peterman says, this is so true. This also reminds me of Prince Mishkin's experiences in The Idiot. Oh, I need to read The Idiot. I never did. I am loving that you're bringing like the literary canon shit to bear on here, because I could have been an English major so hard. I like almost minored. Like I love writing. I love fiction. I love digging into the literary canon and shit. So I love see these connections. Annika Transpeak says, have you heard of Milk Inside of a Bag of Milk Inside a Bag? It's a game about trying to buy milk when you are neurodivergent. No. Let me look this up and add it to my stream library. Milk inside of a bag, inside of a bag. I'm typing it badly because I can't see my screen. Okay. Holy fuck. Milk inside of a bag of milk inside a bag of milk. Let's take a look at this trailer. Help the girl buy milk. Be the first not to disappoint her. Oh. Slight jumpy scare. Flashes of eyes and reactions. People being kind of alien and shadowy. Oh, this looks trippy. This looks awesome. Should I play this on a stream at some point? I feel like I maybe should. This game is a small visual novel showing either funny abstraction and wordplay or painful psychological episodes. The claim that history is based on real events will be too specific, so it's easier to pretend that this is just a set of abstractions and wordplay. Oh, it's really short. Oh, awesome. Okay. I'm gonna have to play this at some point. I like the thank you, Annika, for giving me a more realistic, because 10 minutes I'm like, oh, maybe I should play it now, but no. I know I will go on way too long. But maybe next time I have a short piece to read, we'll do this too. Amazing. Alfonso said, something very close to what you explained about the light of the universe is how I explain the sun in my astrology classes. That's so cool. Oh, I haven't thought about the sun that way. Oh my God. And for my like New Year's spread, what I needed to let go of was the sun reversed. which I interpreted as like I need to let go of kind of like a childlike orientation to the world of seeing myself as like powerless and like only seeking like good easy things. But if it's the light of the universe, I need to like a reversed light of the universe that I need to give up on in 2026. I don't know what that means, but let's talk astrology on the piss court, please. Like almost nobody in this community thinks astrology isn't dumb. So I would like, and I love astrology. So I would love to talk astrology with you on the piss court and help me unpack things. Oh, Synecdoche, you're mentioning another very similar creator that I love. If you ever read it, I'd be so interested to hear your opinions on Porpentine's serious weakness, since it discusses autism and disability generally in a really interesting and unique way. Um, Fuck yeah, I love With Those We Love Alive by Porpentine. I played that game in egg mode, drew the little sigils on myself. Hey Loki. And I was very moved by it, and I still think about the down tempo version of Gods and Monsters by Lana Del Rey that plays at the end of that game. Ugh. Let me pull that up too real quick. By Porpentine. Amazing game. I'll put all this shit in the show notes. I hope. I remember. I can't get into it, but you should play it. Yeah, I need to read Serious Weakness. It's on my phone. It's in my Kindle here, but I haven't played it yet. I can't articulate things right, bit stoned. No problem, Alfonso. But if you ever want to talk astrology, let's get it going on the Piscord. Understandably, a lot of trans and queer people don't like astrology because they don't like the idea that the circumstances of your birth condemn you to anything. But I just think it's fun. I just like it. So I would love to talk more astrology with people who are into it and know it. And tarot. And all the things. So thank you. Needle Lake, Intermezzo, and Who's Lila are wildly different works that set out to accomplish very different things. But they each show how neurodiversity can be incorporated into a narrative that isn't just about autism. Okay, wait, no, now I'm thinking again about the light through the film strip metaphor and how you were talking about astrology, like, and how the signs, like the sun is the center of our solar system, and so it's all about the positions of the planets relative to the sun. So like how certain qualities in you get expressed are like the sun through Mars or like the sun through Venus or whatever. And I'm better understanding what you were saying, I think, Alfonso. But that's dope. And again, want to talk about it sometime when you're not stoned, or when you're in the kind of stoned we're talking about. It is easier. Let's chat. Needle Lake shines in its depiction of not yet realized masked adolescent autism, and its blending of thriller with tender coming of age story. Intermezzo aims high, examining multiple related disabilities against the anxieties of contemporary life, and has some really valuable things to say about shame, for all it misses other marks. Whose Lila imagines that we can mine nightmarish life experiences for psychological horror without ever demonizing the illness that often results. None of these are works that our community could have expected even 10 years ago, and the autistic and literary canons are better for them being here. As hard as I can be on some of these works, it's because I am spoiled for autistic voices in media these days, and our community's standards have risen. We've had an autistic Muppet, Julia, for over a decade now. Homie of this blog, Jessie Meadows, had an essay about neurodiversity saying that saying that they think that Nathan Fielder is autistic. That ended up on the second season of The Rehearsal, was their essay saying Nathan Fielder is probably autistic. Actual autistic people are all over Netflix and Drag Race. They're on Heated Rivalry, etc. In this landscape, they're on The Traitors. Shout out to Ron Funches. I'm so sorry they did you so dirty, dude. In this landscape, we get to be critical of stories that smooth over our complexities and dream of what the next generation of autistic art will look like. For my part, I want to see more stories in which autistic characters start conflicts, give into their basest motives, go insane, complimentary, derogatory, self-destruct, find redemption, and confound simple categorization. And I want to continue seeing us taking a central role in literary fiction, genre epics, and interactive arts like theater and video games. I want more creative work about the darker sides to autistic life, about how it feels to never recognize another person's emotions, or to compulsively self harm, or harbor an eating disorder from which you might never escape. I want us to be sexy bad guys that viewers root for, like so many beloved queer coded villains. And for us to play heroic roles that have nothing to do with being good at puzzles or math. I want a deep, rich consideration of all that our community contains, but one that spits in the face of respectability. Autistic art that will challenge and inspire fervent debate, including among autistics ourselves. Maybe if I'm lucky, I will one day get to make some art like that. Texts like Who's Lila, Intermezzo, and Needle Lake certainly inspire me to flex my fiction writing muscles again, and to not see my love of fictional writing and my neurodiversity work as separated. And that's the piece. Thank you for listening. Thank you for conversing. Can't wait to talk about astrology in the Piscord with you, Alfonso. Thank you. I don't know if I'm late, says Julie. But I love Dale Cooper. I think he's neurodivergent. Oh, for fuck sure. For fuck sure. We've already talked about Lucy from Twin Peaks being neurodivergent, but I think you can say every single person in the Lynchian universe almost seems pretty fucking neurodivergent to me. But I don't know. Maybe David Lynch just understands the autistic experience. So I know some people in the chat were talking about heated rivalry and autism. Let me scroll back up to that because I missed that. I also missed some nose and butt jokes. In the book Heated Rivalry, Shane is autistic, says Grand Craft. Malvalence asks, what makes people think Shane is autistic? I just read Heated Rivalry with my book club of all autistics, and I didn't notice, and no one else brought it up. Night Owl says the author confirmed Shane is autistic, and Hudson Williams talks about how he played Shane as autistic based on his dad, who is autistic. Malvalence says, that's cool, but I'd like it to be more obvious in the book. Maybe it becomes obvious in the sequels. Yeah. Transpeak says it's a bit shocking, but something like 30% of people will experience psychosis in their lives. It's something nearly anyone is capable of developing under stress, and especially lack of sleep. Yes, exactly. It is a heightened and altered experience of reality, and like our sanest culture sees this stuff as a categorical quality of who you are, when in reality, our consciousness is forever changing based on whether we've slept, what we've had to eat, what kind of stress we're under, how much support we've had, whether we've had enough touch, whether we have little stupid creatures in our house making us feel more regulated, like what beliefs we've had reinforced in ourselves regularly. Like you can push someone into a psychotic state. And it's not about being categorically a crazy person, even though also some of us are more mad than others. And it's pushed to the shadows when it's can be such a profound source of knowledge and also just a heightened experience of the world. Waluigi and Bowser Jr. says intellectual disability representation is lacking. Very true. There's a few handful decent representation, but most are just portrayed as special and stupid. 2000s media is very notorious for this. Yes. Yeah, I remember one time I was showing Maddie and some other friends Death to Smoochie, which is kind of a black comedy from the early 2000s that I really like, with Edward Norton and Robin Williams. But there is a character playing someone with a brain injury, and they're doing like stereotypical Down syndrome voice, and it's horrible. And so many movies are like that. And I can only, when I'm thinking of like positive intellectual disability representation, all I can think of fucking is The Secret Life of the American Teenager, where the main character's brother had Down syndrome and was played by a actor with Down syndrome, and was just like was just a person, just a part of her family, just a person with their own thing going on, not like a super deeply written character. Like he didn't get many plots of his own, but like he was just allowed to just be a person and was treated respectfully. I can't pull another example out of my head right now. Like that's the only one I can think of. which is wild. So fucked up. Moral of this live: have a nose and explore your butt. Yes. Explore your nose and have a butt. Shout out to the evil disorder havers. Epic rap battles of history: evil autism versus evil neurotypical begin. Yes. Yes, indeedly. Albert is the dickhead autistic. Yes, he is. Serious Weakness is basically about an unmasked autistic person seeing a really high masking autistic person and going, no, you're going to come roll around in the fucking dirt and grime with me now, which I think we need more of. That's a lot of porpentine stuff. Like, I think with those we love alive is a lot about, like, you're going to become more of a monster and how freeing that is, and sexy and lesbianic and transgender. A Transpeak says, how do you feel about the Green Mile for intellectual disability rep? Whoa. I mean, so that's something that Stephen King has done multiple times, right? He has had a magical, intellectually disabled person in Dreamcatcher and in the book Dreamcatcher. I don't talk about the movie. And then in The Green Mile, both the book and the movie. I mean, I think it's well intentioned, but it's magical, intellectually disabled person who is there to, like, further the needs of the non-intellectually disabled characters. But also the narrative, especially Green Mile, is aware of the fact that John Coffey is being treated that way, that he is not free to use his powers how he wants, that he's subject to the whims of these white men who literally have him in prison, and that he's being treated unfairly in, like, a racist society and, like, a carceral system. So, like, the book and the movie is aware of what it's doing there, and that's not a good thing, and that he is more than just his usefulness to other people, but he's never allowed to live that life. Gosh, I like the movie. It was one of my sister's comfort watches as a kid at, like, a really inappropriately young age by most people's standards. My sister was watching The Green Mile every day, and she would wear this little prison warden outfit, like this little, we didn't have, like, actual, like, cop stuff in her house, but she would, like, wear these, like, cowboy boots, and she put, like, a little toy gun in her boot, and she would, like, tie up a doll and, like, and, like, put all these belts on and put all these knives in her belt, and like put on these, like, suspenders and, like, all this rope, and she would tie up this doll, and she would, like, drag the doll, and she would do the walk in the mile monologue, and then like, Henry Dean Stanton or whoever it is in that movie, and then she would, like, tie the doll up into the chair, and she would, like, reenact an electric chair, like, rehearsal with this doll, and she would do the part that's about, like, any last requests, and, like, and she would say, she was maybe, like, 6 years old, and she would say, yeah, I want a shit in your hat, I want a fried chicken dinner, and I want Mae West to sit on my face because I'm one horny motherfucker. And she would perform that for all of us, like, every day, like, repeatedly, and we would all just laugh, and she was like a child baby who had no idea what she was saying. And one time she did that in front of my aunt, who was a social worker, and she was so disturbed. She was like, there's something so wrong with this kid. And now my sister's a lesbian, so that's cool. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's such an interesting question, Annika. Like, the Green Mile is kind of complex. Like, on one hand, it is the, like, magical black person trope. It is the magical intellectually disabled person trope, and it's a trope that Stephen King keeps reaching for. And I think it's much less successful with Duddits in Dreamcatcher, because he, like, magically can just, like, feel the aliens and, like, is so magically intuitive that he doesn't get to really be a person. Like, he's not really connected with the world. But the book has some interesting stuff about, like, how his friends treat him, and, like, how his mom and, like, family are really okay with using the R slur because, like, they don't think it's offensive because they don't think it's offensive to be intellectually disabled, which at the time I was reading it as a very young person, I thought that was actually kind of refreshing and nice, you know? Um, like, so that's there. There's some interesting stuff there. Um, but also it's kind of weird. There was the Family Guy episode about Down syndrome where Chris dates a girl with Down syndrome, and there's a Barbie doll with Down syndrome. I did not know that. There's so much media about autistic people acting less autistic. We need to see media of autistic people becoming more autistic, says Darth Zacharick. I agree. Very true. I want to see unmasking in media get worse, quote unquote. What's that TV show with the autistic kid who likes penguins? The Middle. It's a trope, but it's very empathic to the treatment of disabled character. Yeah, that stuff's cool. I have not seen. I'm not aware of it. I'm not really up to date on children's media. I really hate the magical autism trope because I see people expect us to be magical and have psychic powers in real life. Um, yeah, I mean, the whole ideology behind it is like your existence is justified because you are useful to people, and that's that shit I don't like. And I think you can kind of no, actually, you know what? I'm gonna give Stephen King a little bit of praise. He doesn't do that to either of his intellectually disabled characters because in Dreamcatcher, the other kids in a flashback they find, or the prequel, you know, the opening of the book, they find Duddits getting his ass kicked and being forced to eat a turd by ableist kids who are bullying him, and they think it's wrong and they avenge him, and then they take responsibility for being there for him and they become his friend. And it's not until years later as an adult when they are still connected to him that there's like this alien arrival event where he has like psychic powers that are useful for that. So he's not used only or redeemed only in that he can connect with aliens. That might be the overall narrative effect, but like the characters care about him for other reasons. And his family loves him and all this stuff, and they accept him as he is and appreciate him as he is. And it's a little bit like, oh, he's so sweet, you know, which can be a little condescending, but like, no, he's fully realized. And then in the Green Mile, yes, John Coffey is being used by other people for his powers, and also that those powers have been a huge liability in his life before because he's black. And so having magical powers and saving people's lives isn't enough to redeem you in the world of like an incredibly racist, violently anti-black society. And so that's kind of smart-ish, I guess, that the book and movie acknowledge that. And the white characters, like the Tom Hanks character, he observes that there's something special and magical about John Coffey and is awed by him. But is his perspective right? No, you know, I think like he's a prison warden. He kills people. Like they do a lot of stuff wrong. They cover up a lot of shit in that movie, like other murders and shady shit. Like they're very corrupt. And so even though you take the perspective of a prison warden character, he's not a good person. He very explicitly does a lot of stuff. He's sympathetic, but he does a lot of stuff that's bad. And so the ways in which he instrumentalizes John Coffey, it doesn't really co-sign it. The narrative doesn't really co-sign it. Like that you see this like you're supposed to see this like beauty in him that isn't just that he has powers. And it is again a little bit it's infantilizing. I think both are definitely infantilizing of intellectually disabled people. Like they're both saints pretty much. And I would have liked to have seen more edge or for them to want something. So I think that's the most flawed thing ultimately in The Green Mile and Dreamcatcher in terms of its intellectually disabled characters. People have genuine relationships to them and care about them outside of just their instrumental usefulness as magical people. But the magical trope is still pretty fraught, and both characters are like these innocent, sweet, childlike saints. And it would have been nice for them to have some interiority and to want other things because all they want to do is save people. And it would have been nice to have them want other things in addition to that. You can make them a good character, but they don't need to be a saint. So I think that's what I think. What an interesting question. Sounds like the show people were thinking of was atypical. See so many new agey people who think they have psychic powers. Yep. Very ableist. It comes from like the indigo child thing. And a lot of the crunchy new age communities that have preyed on autism families. Light worker, yep. Wow, synecdoche. My mom told me I was an indigo child and light worker. She had me fully believing I was psychic. Wow. Transpeak says, my mom recommended Atypical to me because she thought I'd find it relatable, but she denies my autism and trans identity. I don't know how that works. It's so wild when people will like a media and not understand the implications of it. Like my conservative family liking Drag Race. I mean, that's not that surprising, actually, because RuPaul's terrible and everything. But like, they like these queer characters and like their queerness, but then when it comes to actual queer people, they can't see how their actions affect us. Starseed children, yep, and that translates to the people who use the like sham assisted communication to believe that they're reading their child's minds, and they use them for psychic readings and shit, and that think that you can cure autism by having your kids drink bleach or not eat any gluten or whatever. The last thing I want to talk about today is another article I want to recommend. My voice is failing, and it's been hours. Let's see how long we've been streaming. 4.5 hours. So I'm not going to read it out loud, but it will be in the show notes. It already is, in fact. This is an article. This was sent to me in the comments from the author, Aisling Walsh. And this was writing for the Disability Visibility Project, the late Alice Wong's site. And it's a review of Intermezzo that is a little bit harsher on it than I am. Rain Man for Millennials and Other Adventures in Ableism with Sally Rooney. Really good. So it kind of compares the Rain Man narrative of these two brothers, a non-autistic brother and an autistic brother, and the autistic brother is preternaturally skillful at something. That's true of Rain Man, and it's true of Intermezzo. Rain Man, he's good at counting cards and math, and in Intermezzo, he's really good at chess. And Aisling really dives into the Naomi Sylvia Peter relationship in a way that is great. And how just like weird and sexist the whole plotline with Sylvia is. Let's return to Sylvia, whose main characteristic, other than a prodigious career in academia, is her broken vagina. This is, we are told, is the result of a devastating car accident that occurred in her 20s. We never learn the nature or extent of her injuries, their long-term impact, nor specificities of a disability that make penetrative sex impossible. Aside from severe pain, seemingly concentrated in her vagina, Sylvia's accident places few limits on her life and career. She does not use mobility aids, she can walk around Dublin with ease and stand for hours in a lecture hall, yet she claims that the accident destroyed her life, ended her relationship, and ruined any possibility of having a fulfilling sex life. And she also won't talk about what she can and can't do sexually. Yeah, this is a quote from the book. Lowering her eyes, speaking in a shy, humorous tone. I mean, I have the full range of sensations. On my own, I am still, I can still, And this piece, if you were kind of interested in and frustrated by some of the broken vagina, love triangle, polyamory stuff that's in this book, this is a really great review. It's also just a way, more critical review of the approach to Ivan as an autistic person. That it's, I love that Aisling agrees with me that it's incredibly heavy-handed writing of autism, and that it's just too stereotypical and too on the nose. So if you're interested in being a Intermezzo critical person, you can definitely check that out over on the Disability Visibility Project as well. So that's it. Oh my goodness, it's dark here. Let me turn my light on. Blah. And let me show you a little Loki real quick. There's the girl. She's sleeping. Yes, I have been standing the full 4 hours. I'm at my standing desk. Here's my flip flops. Which kept me awake. Oh God. Oh, this is all fucked up. Sorry, everyone. There we go. So, Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me on this little stream. The next piece that I have coming out is about hypermobility and the things that I have learned in 1 year of being hypermobile so far, and you know, things that help, things that hurt, as I continue to learn. And then the piece that I'm going to write after that is going to be a fun research roundup. There's a bunch of different studies that I want to talk about. There's a study that Maddie sent me that basically invalidates like decades worth of fMRI brain scan results, which is really interesting. There's a study about gendered perceptions and anti-blackness and colorism that really shows how the ways in which gender and race are inextricable, that basically finds that dark-skinned black women are like the most likely to be misgendered and misperceived in terms of their gender at like a glance, and how that kind of fits into, you know, white supremacy, trans misogyny, etc., misogynoir, etc. That's yeah. So that's the plan, and there's some other scientific articles that I want to pack in there. It's kind of I want to do like a kind of a quick research roundup of a few different studies. Hopefully, I can actually keep it quick. So send me vibes of concision, and including only the details that need to be included, and then we can talk about that on a stream in the future, which will be fun. So, thank you. Lagoon Lurk says a really good resource for hypermobility. Alex Orfanades, she's on most social media and also has a podcast. Cool. Very cool. Awesome stuff. See a lot of people in the chat talking about having had crunchy families that were not the best about their neurodivergence. So if you'd like to continue that conversation, hang out on the Piscord. I can give you the link one more time, perhaps. Do people want that? Would that be good for you? Would you like that? Let me open that. My take on hypermobility. Hypermobility, it's bad. No, I'm kidding. My hot take. Hypermobility, it's cool. Here's the Piscord link if you want to continue chatting with folks. And first thing I'm gonna do is update the show notes with all of the links to the games and videos that we've been talking about today, so I don't forget. And then I'm gonna get my life together and eat a food and drink water and sit down. So, thank you so much, everybody, for being here, and I will catch you on the Piscord and on YouTube.